Anyway.
Enough about Salma Hayek's feet that Alex loves so much.
No, don't start the recording there, you motherfucker.
You knew! That's how I know that you've been to many of my games, when you know immediately once I hit the record button.
No, I mean, it was obvious. God.
I think that's the most I've ever liked you as a person, Alex.
Shut up.
How was it obvious to anyone else?
No.
I have no idea when you start the record button.
Alex, how did you know? No one else knew. How did you know?
Because I have the biggest brain of anyone I know. What do you mean?
Okay, but like, come on, give me the Sherry breakdown.
Because you like to make fun of me. Of course you would want to make everyone on the internet think I'm a foot person.
You're the one who said Salma Hayek turned you gay.
What? Salma Hayek would turn almost anyone gay.
She did that to a lot of people. That's not.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
You said it immediately after we talked about the foot scene.
Listen.
Oh, her feet are okay.
No, I hate feet. I fucking hate feet so much. You know that I hate feet. That's why you make a big thing about feet, because you know that I hate them.
Listen, you give me a weakness, I'm gonna fucking exploit it.
Yeah, see, that's the other reason I do. Anyway.
Oh, God. I would have you take a bullet for me, Alex.
What? That's not
bastard, Robert.
Oh.
That's so funny. I would have you take a bullet for me. It's so funny.
Listen, if you knew how big my ego was, you'd know that someone taking a bullet for pretty nice. It's like people who would love to, like, you know, I'd take a bullet for the president or whatever. Like, same thing. Sigh of respect.
You'd have to be like Hatsune Miku for me to do that or something.
You'd take a bullet for a fucking
I was making a
hologram?
joke, but okay. It was a joke. Am I not allowed to make jokes?
You're not.
There's so much bullshit at the beginning of this fucking episode. Let's just go. Let's go and go. Let's leave. Let's just come back and try again next week.
If it weren't so much effort, I would make that joke right now. If we were only 5 minutes into, like... If we weren't on, like, such a tight deadline, I would make that joke and just stop everything and leave.
Anyway.
After the trials and tribulations, dangers and subterfuge, death, despair, misery, and secrets coming to light of Fortuni's soul, this group of intrepid adventurers finally found passage to get the hell away from Vreeland. And at a much quicker pace, they did so by taking a lovely ship where nothing went wrong. Except, of course, for a errant murder of a captain. After assisting with the investigation, finding the man responsible, and watching a crew come unglued, you eventually made your way with some questionable possible allies in the future to Milo Harbor, where some rest and relaxation before the last leg of your journey commenced. Drama, secrets, and guilt harboring at some of your friends, but nothing that you couldn't overcome with a little bit of ignoring it and kicking that proverbial can down the road till later. Your journey took you north after a night of rest, Quintamen, where you could not even cross the bridge. The Belligeour was blocked off. It seemed they were worried about insurgents, smugglers, something. They were very vague, just some connection to the Poor Robins, a organization that seemed to be responsible for a significant amount of upheaval here in Vacadia. You were approached by a gentleman who had a way for you to get through, was more than willing to work with you, but when you found out through a little bit of arcane truth, for lack of a better term, you declined the offer and, well, went about your way, intent on waiting as long as it took. That strange gentleman, Osmond, took more than just the lives of Ducal guards and a Bright. He also took Rowan's spell slot, and his face, and his reputation, and flushed it down the fucking drain. So after agreeing to help find this man, your work with the Regent-elect of the southern reaches of Vacadia bore fruit as he gave you a missive allowing you to travel freely and get your investigation onward. So you did. Another quick morning and we're out. Making it to Dole Sari late at night. Finding rooms, holding up, and Rowan getting arrested. But for better or worse, by morning everything was sorted out. A lovely guard, Mr. William Abney, was more than helpful and willing to work with you and get things moving as you moved forward, and already had Captain Miss Sophie Lorentz permission to, and orders to, follow you until you got to Artavishta, but in one caveat. Find out what has happened, why people have been disappearing, why a vague husk of a human was found in the wheat fields at the outskirts of Dole Sari. You agreed, knowing that a small setback now could mean many open doors later. So, as the morning grows late, your breakfast's taken care of, you all have plans and leads. So I would ask unto you all. In the lovely farming town of Dole Sari, not but a scant jog away from the Bellijour River. It is another morning and you have been hired in some capacity. Find out what's happened to these. Rowan, Ray, Garrett, Mira, and your friends. What are you guys doing?
Well, if I remember correctly, last we kind of checked off was we were still in the garrison, correct?
I know that you wanted to have breakfast, and you were, I was assuming that you would have breakfast and then reconvene afterwards, but if otherwise, you are free to do so.
I was going to say, while we're in the garrison, we might want to visit the individual who was found, who saw the person who was missing or whatever, or whatever took the person who was missing. I'm trying to remember if I remember that correctly from...
I just wrote down that frightened boy saw something scary.
Yes, so that's the guy we would want to talk to and see if
here
he
or-
remembers.
Are they
Yeah,
at
he
the
was.
garrison?
Yeah, they were at the garrison.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a kid who apparently saw something. Friend was taken. It was, I believe they mentioned night before last. If not, they would have. And the kid has not been willing to leave the garrison since.
Okay, yeah, let's go talk to him.
And of course, Strieg is under any orders that you need him to be. He's on security for now, but if you need him to do anything, let me know.
Okay. Sounds good.
So you are taken to another cell near the back of the bastion. This one much more... It's still a cell, but the door is not locked. It's shut, but not clicked. It looks like they have a thick, like, canvas, like a potato sack canvas or something, over where the locking mechanism would hit. That way it doesn't. And inside you do see there is a kid, maybe somewhere in the range of like 13, 14, something like that. Early teens. Who is laying in bed, eyes wide, just kind of like scruffy brown hair, just staring up at the ceiling.
All right. I will go over to the child. About how old did you say they were again?
Early teens, like 13, 14.
Early teens. Okay. So I'll go over.
Like opening the jail cell?
Yeah. I'll ask if we can open the jail cell.
I mean, yeah, it's not locked. Like, they essentially
Yeah.
were like, hey, here's the kid. Like, you wouldn't say anything to us, but be my guest.
So I'll kind of get down so I'm about eye level with him and just be like...
As soon as you open the jail cell, there's a little creak, and he just immediately like turns and just... and like balls up on the bed, like knees up against his chest, and just like trying to make himself as small as possible in the corner.
Like, hey, it's okay.
No,
Okay, we're here to... We're...
No. You can see his eyes are fucking bloodshot. He has, like, big dark circles.
We're
covered in sweat that is just dried. His hair still matted to his face. But yeah, no, not like this. No.
okay. We want to help you. We heard that you saw something that someone was taken.
No, so I didn't see nothing. Didn't see nothing. Not at all. Please.
What happened?
No. And like at this point, like still trying to scramble back against the cold stone wall, like grabs the pillow he was laying on and just throws it at you.
I'll just kind of like gently tug, like Garrett, like back out of the cell, just to like, demonstrate that we're not here to hurt him. What happened to you?
I don't know. But we was out there. We was, doing all like this. Practice by moonlight, sees the shadows, he says. Sees the shadows and you'll find it all. You'll seize the best. No. Shadows is dangerous. Shadows is dangerous.
The shadows are dangerous.
Yeah. Yes, the shadows is dangerous. Watch them, Spot. You watch them, you'll see it.
Is that what happened? The shadows took your friend?
He nods. He has not really blinked since you have like opened the cell door. Like he is keeping his eyes directly attached to whoever's talking, not really blinking. His eyes are just a watering and dry. Like his eyes are obviously dry, but like there's something resembling tears forming. And his cheeks are just a matted mess of like tears and dirt.
Hey, It's okay. It's all right. Take a deep breath.
Oh,
Mare will, like, lean down a little bit. How old did you say again?
like 13, 14.
Oh, not kneel down on the ground worthy, I guess, but it's okay. You're safe. None of us are going to hurt you.
Not ever gonna be. Yeah, maybe, but you leave it on. And he like motions towards a lantern that is on a table that obviously wouldn't normally be in a jail cell, but it looks like they put like a fairly nice like oak table in here and put a oil lantern in it, and you can see there's also a large vial, like big like beaker size vial of oil next to it. I'll examine here. And this light, I'm good. It's all good. Everything is acceptable. But bad, he's gone. That's gone. Bringing it back.
I want to try something. Can I would like to ask Molly sort of quietly if I can get the mirror that she usually looks at. Just like
I
borrow
don't think
it.
this kid is going to sleep.
No, this is not the pillow thing. This is no.
Right,
This is
right. You're right. You're right. You're
yeah,
right.
yeah. That would be funny though, but no. Yeah. Can I get the I don't know, the fancy mirror one?
The one that shows you your like ideal self.
Yeah.
Molly is reticent at first to part with it, but like after a moment, she just like, here, but I will need it back.
Of course. Okay. I would like to sort of like gently approach the kid and just sort of like hold it out to him and just see if he'll like grab it and take a look at it.
No. As soon as you like start to hold something out, he like tries to ball up even tighter, make himself as small as possible.
I put it on the ground and then I step back and I just am like, just take a look at it.
He almost like a curious animal or something moves over and like starts to lift it up, and then he like looks at, but like he also doesn't want to take his eyes off you, so he's like backing up and like his eyes darting at it for a second and then you for like 10 seconds and back and forth.
Yeah. I think I just like, after I put it down, I get as far back as, you know, like outside the cell or whatever and step back.
What is that? What is this you've given me?
It lets you see a nicer reality, I guess. I don't know. It helps calm somebody I know who I once saw in a similar state of mind. I thought it might help you as well.
Don't. And you can see he's obviously like fighting with his emotions right now, and like he grips like the handle of the mirror very tightly and like holds it back like he's gonna throw it, and then just grits his teeth at the last second. He just like tosses it lightly onto the ground.
Okay.
And like he shudders again and just like stares at you.
Okay. I'm going to come in and grab the mirror now, and then I will leave again. I step in and grab it and walk back out, just like maintaining eye contact with him so that he knows I'm not. I don't know. I'm trying to move like he is like a scared animal or something. So I am just trying to slow, deliberate movements and yeah.
Yeah, and he just kind of watches you as you do, and just not necessarily shaking his head, but He just stares, and he obviously just doesn't know how to react right now to any of this.
I think that's, I mean, probably the best reaction you could hope for, because I feel like confusion is better than like straight up panic. So I think I hand the mirror back to Molly.
She takes it back and looks at herself in the mirror and does a slight smile and then puts it back into her travel bag.
I think Frey has been watching quietly from the back. Obviously, he doesn't want to make the kid feel cornered or anything with too many people. But I think he will quietly suggest to the others in the room. It looks as if he hasn't slept at all. Do you think? Ask if he'll see those shadows. Why is he so afraid to close his eyes?
I like how everyone's like scared to approach him as a group, so you're each just one-on-one, like, well, let me give it a shot. Let me give it a shot.
We're trying not to traumatize him any further, okay?
Like, even you're whispering, like, he's like darting towards you and just like...
I'll say it out loud, I guess. Do you still see the shadows now?
He, like, as you ask that, he, like, his eyes dart to the lamp and then to the barred window, and he just kind of shakes his head. Oh, these shadows, but not bad. Not like those. The worst at night. The sun sets.
When did this happen to you? Was this yesterday, last night, or?
He shakes his head.
Did you see them last night?
Shakes his head again.
Okay. It looks like you're in sort of a bad state, and probably need some sleep. Is there a reason that in the cell you're...
Oh, so it gets dark. So dark. I can't. My eyes don't go back.
I think I look back at Frey like, all right, well, I don't know what to do with that.
Frey will find a way to... We'll drive the shadows away.
Where?
No. Can't. To get you too. It's like bird. It's like poor bird. And you can see, like, he wants to cry, but there's just, like, nothing left.
Where were you when you first saw the shadows?
He just kind of, like... He tries to focus and, like... You can tell this is where a normal person would close their eyes and take a deep breath for a second. Instead, he looks down, taking his eyes off of you for the first time since one of you initially opened the cell door. And tries to take a deep breath, but instead his body just kind of shudders. Garrett, if you would please give me a charisma convince.
All right, first roll of the night, and I forgot to open up my character sheet, so I don't have charisma, and I don't have a. Well, that's what I should do. I should freaking just do charisma convince on a macro. There we go. Shoop. That's a 6. You know what? I'm gonna re-roll it because.
Yeah, I would say, like, He's definitely not completely unresponsive, but you could do better.
No, I can't.
Oh.
That had Frey ask that question, it would have been like a 23.
Oh.
So real.
He just... This was traded. Using the shadows to trade, like always. He's been teaching me for years.
Did he
Out
say
the dark.
train or trade?
Train. He got him. He got old burned. It told me to
Bert.
run and I was stupid. I came back.
Alright, we're gonna want to ask our new friend if he knows anything about old Bert. He seems the kind of person who knows a lot of people, if not everyone in town.
Certainly feels like one of those towns where everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so what has the kid been saying? It's that the shadows and train. I'm sorry, I'm having a little
Yeah.
trouble following the accent.
It sounds
It
like
doesn't
old
help
Bert.
that I've got him shuddering the entire time. He
It
can't
sounds
say
like
a
old
fucking
Bert.
good word.
Sounds like old Bert was trying to train him how to summon and/or use shadows, but lost control, and the shadows got old Bert. Is that correct?
That's definitely one way to interpret what he said. Which is
I mean-
definitely intentionally obtuse on my part.
That's kind of what I got from it.
Okay, I will write that down.
Like, he is definitely, like, not making a ton of sense. Like, this kid is very traumatized.
Frey will ask quietly to the others, "Do you mind if I talk to him?"
Of course. You're probably the easiest out of all of us for people to talk to.
Yeah.
Alone, if I could.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk away.
You couldn't see it, but I nodded because I'm on the other side of a computer screen and I do that regularly.
Honestly, same.
Okay. So Frey will once they've, given them some privacy, he will step forward, but he won't go inside of the cell. He will close the door. Because clearly the kid feels safer that way.
Now, he does seem, at least, like, basic read, like, more afraid of the fact that you were like, give us some time alone, and just, like, said, like, he's, like, eyes are, like, darted to you, and, like, he's getting more of that caged animal look again.
Okay. So Frey is going to... And he's, like, huddled on the bed right now, right? Okay. So Frey is going to crouch down, so he's a little more at eye level with him. And he'll just ask, "What's your name?"
Dude. And he just kind of... Like, you can see, like, he's looking at you, and then back at the lantern that is lit on the other side of the cell, and then back at you, and after a couple of minutes, he takes some deep breaths, and... Jacoby.
What did he
Jacoby.
say? Oh.
Toby, I think.
Oh, that was his... I thought he was saying they call me.
Yeah.
Oh, Jacoby.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
It's real
thank you.
fun trying to understand someone who's so traumatized and tired that they can't even make real words. It's a lot worse trying to play this character. Let me say, my chest hurts from dry heaving myself to make this sound good.
You.
Jacoby, I'm Frey. ordeal you've been to. I can't even imagine what you must be going through.
He just just like he's like trying to like nod along, but also he just seems like you can tell that like he's had the same conversation before, and he's trying to like do what he can to just get everyone to go away so he can just be alone at peace.
These things that old Bert was showing you or teaching you about shadows.
No.
What?
No. If you see in shadows, it's easier in the light. And you can see, like, as he gets done saying that, he just starts like he had to focus all of his energy to say that complete of a sentence to you.
So you said if you see in shadows, it's easier in the light?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Bert always said. So what we trained out there. Always said it was fine. Not bad would happen. He'd fight it off if it happened. Place was always safe. And then he just starts shaking his head. No, not safe. Dead. Gone. Abandoned him. Told me to defend myself and abandoned him.
What abandoned him?
He told me to go, and I did. He told me to run, and I did.
Oh, you didn't abandon him. You survived. You're still here.
Could have saved him. Had my sword. Could have saved him.
He wanted you to survive. Old Bert saved your life.
Save my life. Just delayed my death. It'll come for me, same as him. I know it. He promised.
The light, your lamplight, is that what keeps it at bay?
It was only in the dark. Only in the dark.
Where is the lamp in relation to where Frey is right now? Is it like inside the cell?
Yeah, it's
outside
inside the cell. It's sitting
Okay.
on a little like oak end table, which is at the foot of the bed. He is at the head of the bed, curled up.
Okay. Well, Frey will rise to his feet. And he will... We'll find a way to make this stop. We'll find the shadows.
Oh. You'll die too. You'll die too.
gives a small smile, and he is going to. He's going to make a wave of his hand and have a small flame appear over his fingers with his elemental sparks and say, "We can drive it back."
He looks at your hand with, like, a mixture of horror and amazement, and he almost shudders. And for maybe the 4th or 5th time, it feels like, in the minutes you've been speaking, he actually blinks, like, slowly, as if wanting to reboot his vision to make sure what he's seeing is real. A bird.
What do you say?
What about Bert? What about him? Is he dead? Is he really dead?
I don't know, but we'll find out what happened. Can you tell me more about Bert? Clearly he was important to you and you to him.
He's my best friend. Look, brother. And, like, you could see him just, like, looking around like he isn't exactly sure. And he just... Neighbors, kind of. Out in the farms.
He was going to what?
Neighbors, kind of, out on the farms.
I don't know what word you just said.
Out on the farms?
Before that, he was
Neighbors,
going to...
kind of.
Oh, they were neighbors. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. My comprehension skills are terrible. Okay. We'll find out what happened to him.
He was the best swordsman I knew. Taught me. He died. I could have saved him. Could have been distraction. Let him kill it. No. No. Run. How do we? Don't know now. It's gone. It's gone. And it'll come for me. And if you go look, it'll come for you. At this point, he just kind of shivers again.
We can watch you. We can keep an eye on you. Keep an eye out for those shadows. Here. And Frey is going to, watching him very closely, he will open the cell door so he can step inside. And I am going to have him pass his hand over the lamp a moment, just focusing on it, and I want to cast Elemental Spy on that flame. So that I'll be able to just look in here and just check on him.
Okay.
'Cause that lasts
4 days.
4 days.
Nice.
So as long as that flame does not go out, and it sounds like it won't.
Based on the amount of oil that he has in here, this flame's not going out for a long time. Oh.
Well, Frey will pull his hand back. We'll be able to be able to check on you. Watch for shadows, keep them back. Just... I know it is hard, but try to find some sleep. Have you eaten anything?
He just stares at your hand, at the flame, and then gives a slow nod, almost one of only vague comprehension of the question you asked him.
Good. Don't worry, Jacoby. We'll be back. And Frey will leave him with that.
Get up and head out, shutting the door behind you.
Yep.
As you start to walk away to the rest of the group down the hall, hear an echo and scrambling, and he just, wait. And he scrambles under his bed and pulls out what looks like a travel bag almost. And he kind of like pulls out, you can see where there is a sheathed rapier tied to the side of it, and he quickly just unties it and hands it to you through the bars. Yes. Go with it. Get revenge for Bird.
Frey will take the weapon, definitely holding it a little awkwardly, but he will give a nod and say, "I will. We'll strike it down, whatever it is, wherever it is, and then Bert can be at peace."
Just nods and scrambles back towards the bed.
Alright, and yeah, Frey will go and meet up with the others. I didn't get much else out of him, just tried to comfort him, really. But he gave me this, and he will hold out the sword to whoever would like to take it from him.
I'll reach out for it.
He wants us to get revenge for what happened to his friend.
I'll take a look at the sword. Do I notice anything special about it, or is it just a rapier?
It seems to be just a traditional fencing rapier. Which is to say, not like a modern day fencing rapier of it being, you know, a little wiry pokey bit, but still an actual sword, just very much
That's like an epee, however you say that word. Anyway.
Yeah, it is much more a actual rapier and not an epee.
Not a
yeah.
French word.
Yeah, it is a traditional actual sword.
I know Garrett has been missing his bojo, so I guess this is a good alternative.
I was just, looking at it. I can hold on to it, of course. I don't know how particularly.
I mean, you know I can't use a sword, so.
I have a
sword
-1 to stab, so.
Bro, same.
When I was using the sword, I died several times, so. As you may remember, so. There's a reason I now use a bow.
There is no one in this party with weapons training.
Try.
I mean, rigged, but I guess we could give it to Molly.
So Frey will say, I left a mark upon his lamp in there, so I'll be able to check back in on him from time to time, make sure he's safe. But it sounded like this friend of his, this old Bert, had some sort of knowledge of shadows, or
Honestly, I don't know much about shadow magic or anything like that, but this is sounding very, very much like Umbria stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I sort of thought as well.
Well, I think it's good that you can check on him at least. And did we? Sorry, I might have missed this, but did he say where he was when he found the shadows? He said he was going out on a farm or whatever.
Yeah, they were out in the
Yeah.
farms training.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And that's when he started talking about how, you know, learning in shadow makes it easier in the light.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to wait until it gets dark, so maybe we have some time to kill.
well, we could at least take a look around the area.
Yeah.
I'd like to find out more about Bert, and well, if he had some, I wonder if there's any like local lore.
Yeah.
There were
that's
also
smart.
2 other people that they told you about at the end of last session.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go do that. I guess we didn't actually eat. Did we? Are you guys? I mean, I ate already, but you guys.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
breakfast
William
would be
still
pretty
with
good.
us?
No, he has to head off. He's got to begin packing for an extended journey.
Okay. Well.
He's confident you guys are going to succeed.
Right. I feel like it's good news and bad news that he's not here, but he's.
I mean,
packing
there
for an
are other
extended-
guards if you guys wanted to. Like, it's obvious that there have been guards watching this poor kid.
No. I want to be clear. It's good news that he's not with us, but it's bad news that he's not with us because he is packing for an extended trip with us.
I'm sure it'll
But-
be fine.
You know, he's just a lot.
Who's more,
What?
him or Cassie?
Him.
Oh, God.
I think Cassie.
I think that he has a level of confidence in his too muchness that makes it upsetting. I feel like Cassie is just kind of like a mess.
Anyway, so
Aren't we all?
Fair enough.
the investigation is yours. There is, I got nothing.
Well,
Well, I for one would like to get breakfast.
yeah. We'll
Yeah.
go do that, I guess.
Head back to your inn of choice, the riverbed, and have your comped breakfast for the morning. At this point, if you guys want to dole out any tasks or anything to any of your allies, got so many, I'm literally losing track of them all. You've got Cassie and Molly and Roland and Henrietta, and if there's anything you want Streak to do this session.
Not specifically right now. I think breakfast first, and then after that, we probably want to go visit the farms, where all this was happening. See if we can find any evidence of these shadows or whatever.
Yeah, and did they tell us who the other two people were who they said were victims or whatever?
Yeah, they talked about it. Old Corny and Big Red.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can
Old
split up.
Corny?
Old Corny, yeah. He owned a large wheat field where a husk was found recently.
Fun. Yeah, maybe we can split up. What is Cassie's vibe right now?
I don't know how to describe it. Oh boy, she is, oh god, like...
Slap happy.
Yeah, she's... a train wreck that's trying to hide it. It's the best way I can describe it.
Okay. Well, fun. Great. Yeah, I guess we should check out the farms and then maybe we can split up into two groups and check out the two people who whatever, like talk to the two people who they mentioned to us.
Did they tell us where to find those people?
I'm sure we could ask somebody and be like,
Weren't those people taken?
No, Old Corny found a husk in his wheat field. Or it was found in his wheat field. And Big Red lost his son about a week ago.
When you say he found a husk, you mean like a drained person?
Yes. A husk of a person, it was described as.
Okay. Just wanted to
weirdly enough, you guys did not ask for any more details.
Yeah.
What other details are there to ask other than they found a husk of a person?
Yeah.
That's something that you got to get from the...
It's a pretty evocative
a
phrase.
husk
we
of
will-
humanity.
We will need to ask where their farms are located.
Luckily, we
assume
have
they're
our friend
farmers.
William.
Yes, they are both farmers.
Okay. Yeah, so Freya will ask around to find out where they can find Old Corny, Big Red, and also where Bert and Jacoby lived.
Give me a, let's see how well Frey can ask around, get this information, all that fun stuff. Charisma Connect.
Okay.
I mean, it's actually ridiculous. He doesn't even need the 3d6. In short order, after breakfast, Frey, you spend a little while speaking around the center of the town. Get the rough whereabouts of Big Red's farm, which is seemingly mostly cleared out, his wheat field. Old Corny's massive wheat field, which is apparently it was a late grow due to something, so it seems like there's still some time on it before they're going to be finishing the harvest, and some of it, they're playing with fire with how cold it's getting and things like that right now on getting it all before things start getting bad. Otherwise, it seems that the other, by the way, I'll give you their actual names, which are Cornelius, they know is the name of Old Corny.
That's why he's called Corny.
And Winston Red, aka Big Red.
Okay.
And then beyond that, the Jacoby, his name was he is of the Drake's June family. And apparently 2 farmhouses down was the Alamy family, which is who Bert was from. Apparently the two have pretty much been best friends, and like a lot of people assume that they're brothers. They have pretty much been inseparable since they were like 5 and 7.
Okay.
Causing general mischief and, you know, kids will be kids shit around Dole Sari for the better part of a decade now. Apparently Bert... See, I love that. This is why, because I get to give you more information than you asked for, so I like the roles. Apparently Bert is a very well-regarded fencer.
Oh, that was the training. Okay.
For context, I don't remember if I've ever went over it. Fencing is a very big deal in Vicadia. Historically, it was something that came from, I'm brain farting. It came from Patramore. It's one of a few things that Vicadia has really had inspired by Patrician culture, but it has become a huge thing where people just... It is very much a... I would put it on the same level as like modern tennis, where it's not the most popular thing in the world, but people, like, when it's like the big names, people flock. Like, you get like arenas filled with thousands of people watching them. Yeah, apparently there have been like traitors and things. Like Bert Alame was expected to be a big deal in fencing. Like, damn good with a light sword.
Okay, that makes sense, because he was saying if you can see in the shadows, you can see in the light. So if you can see how someone is fencing, it's easier to see, you know, if you can see what they're doing when it's in the shadowy or it's dark, it's a lot easier to see what they're doing when it's bright.
Yeah. It's like wearing ankle weights or whatever. Yeah. You know, I'm Patrician. Is there any chance I'm like naturally gifted at fencing?
That feels like stereotyping.
Yeah, I'm stereotyping about myself, so it's okay.
I don't know. Do you have any points in stab?
No.
No.
Okay. You gotta ask, you know?
No, sorry, I am not stereotyping. If you're Patrician, you're good at fencing. Please, that culture was destroyed 100 years ago during the fucking Patrician, the Rayclarian invasion and subjugation of Patramore.
Yeah. We love to see imperialism and cultural appropriation.
Oh. So yeah. That's a rough lay of the land of the people you were asking around about, Frey, so... Yeah, it seems like everything that's been going on is happening out in the farms to the north.
Alright then, I suppose that's where we need to go.
Yeah. Let's do that.
So, where are you going first, and who are you bringing with you, team?
Well, the most recent one was the one that happened to the kid and old Bert, right?
Yes, the most recent one was Jacoby and Bert.
Alright, I want to investigate that site to see if maybe there's anything there that I can see.
You don't know exactly where that happened.
Okay.
Like...
We could look for signs of a commotion, maybe?
Well...
With you know,
Bert...
Garrett's special eyes?
So, they didn't tell us where they found him?
He ran, remember?
He ran. Oh,
yeah,
he ran, okay.
Presumably to the, like... Yeah, they would have told you that, yeah, they found him, like, screaming and running towards the center of town.
Well,
I mean, Bert probably has a fencing studio or location where he would live.
we'd have to. I mean, they're both children, so we should talk to their families. I'm sure they'd know where he'd like to train.
Old Bert's a child?
Isn't Bert his friend? You
Yes,
said
Bert is 16. No idea why he was calling him Old Bert.
He's older. Anyone who's older is old when you're a kid.
Thank you, Alex. Oh.
I mean, Garrett can assume he's an old man.
It is very funny to be like, I wonder where his fencing studio is. And you're like, he's 13, so, you know.
Well,
I mean, they did tell us that, like, he was just heading out towards the farms from where they lived, I guess. But, I don't know.
didn't they live on farms?
Yes.
Yeah, so, like, yeah. I'm assuming it's, like, on the fields or whatever from, like, on their farms.
So either way, we have to go visit the farmhouses.
Yeah.
So, Frey would suggest that perhaps we split up, because there's like potentially four different ones to go to.
Yeah.
Frey pulling the Fred Jones.
Yeah. Each one of us gets an NPC, including Streak.
However you guys want to do it.
Well, I suppose I could start with this big red, Winston Red fellow.
Mm-hmm. I can
Why
talk
don't-
to old Corny.
And I'll check old Bert's house, I guess. See if there's any information there.
Was there a fourth thing?
Jacoby's house.
Oh, yeah.
But Bert's house is next to Jacoby's, so I'll start at
Yeah.
Bert's and then go to Jacoby's.
I can go with Garrett, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Why don't Rohan? Why don't you take
Shaggy and Scooby?
Rohan? Why don't you take either Molly or Streak, and then Frey can have the other.
Sure. I'll take Streak, I guess.
All right, then Frey is with Molly.
Molly likes you. Cool. All right.
And off we go, our separate ways.
Where are Cassie and Roland going?
I think Cassie probably needs some time on her own to figure some things out.
Sure. Yeah. Roland can tag along with me and Streak. Or actually, I feel like Roland probably wants to hang out with Mira.
Yeah,
With you
probably.
guys.
He's my son now.
Yeah.
Your son, who is almost the same age as you are?
Yes.
Mira is like 30. What do you mean?
Mira's like, well, only because she spent 11 years frozen.
In stasis.
Yeah, we're talking objective versus subjective time. Subjective time, he's almost as old as you are.
All right, so Mira, Garrett, Roland, who else?
I think that's it for those.
Mira,
for that.
Garrett, Roland are going to see, are going together. Okay, Frey, are you bringing anyone with you?
I think I think Molly is tagging along.
Oh, that's a fun combo that we haven't really seen before.
Yeah.
All right. Rowan.
Me and Streak.
That's a combo that always goes well. All right. I guess that covers everyone, and that leaves
Cassie and Henrietta.
yeah,
Dang.
Cassie and Henrietta will be staying back.
Yeah.
I guess for the sake of ease, just in case I need it later.
Right.
I don't like your tone.
All right. So, you all split off to begin your investigations. As Frey, you spend a little while going over what you found through some asking around while everyone was finishing breakfast, and everyone kind of like, all right, well, we'll go check this out, we'll go check that out, then when we're all done, we'll meet back up, fill in the blank, team, wherever. And you all go your separate ways. And with that, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Alrighty, we are back. And first on the docket is going to see lovely Big Red.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rowan.
that's me.
Yeah.
Wait, was Rowan going to see Big Red or Old Corny?
Old Corny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had him backwards. Alright, so you're going to see Big Red. You head to the rough location that you were given, and eventually you find the description of the 2-story farmhouse with the uncomfortably looks like it's going to fall apart in a slight breeze shack outside. You know, that must be Big Red's house.
Okay. I will go and knock on the door.
Going, moment goes by, and then you hear the sound of heavy footsteps coming across the house, and a moment later you see this large gentleman, kind of very thin hair, probably 50s, huge beard, like not quite graying, but definitely losing color. Wrinkles, like I'm talking, this dude's big, like 320, 350. This is a big dude. Like huge arms, huge stomach, massive, like just everything about him is just imposing. Maybe 6'3", 6'4", very tall. And he just kind of gives you like this look, and what can I do for you this afternoon?
How is he looking like emotionally wise?
Exhausted.
Okay. Frey will say, I'm sorry to bother you. I was looking for... Are you Mr. Winston Red?
Aye, that's me.
Sorry to bring up such a topic, but I was hoping to ask you about your son.
Already talked to the Ducal gods. I even talked to a bride about it.
I'm not with the Ducal guards or the Brights. My companions and I are looking into the recent missing persons, and I'm hoping I can help.
From behind you, Molly gives an agreeing nod and going to kill it. And he doesn't look taken aback so much as just a little confused. And he just motions you in and throws the door shut behind you.
Yeah, Frey will step inside, looking around, trying to kind of get a sense of this man, who he is, his family, just looking around at like the decor of the place.
Everything is unkempt, disorganized. You can see what looks like a pile of clothes sitting on a nice cushioned chair. Another pile of clothes on the floor next to it. There's a portrait. Looks like a painting of a family. It looks like him much younger. A very beautiful woman with like dark red hair wearing a dress, and she is holding a baby in her arms. The portrait is sideways, and there's a little crack in the frame for the painting.
Okay.
Everything is very much telling you the vibe of, this poor dude is alone and has been spiraling recently. And he just kind of goes over to a dining room table, pulls out a chair, and just sits down in it. What can I talk to you two about? You don't seem... hired help. Bounty hunters are offered. Oh, yeah.
No, we're not. We're just trying to set things right. Would you tell me about your son?
I was... damn good farmer. Great rancher. See, we got pigs, we got chickens, all kinds, goats out there. He's been in charge of all of them since, well, really since he was old enough to walk and talk, but officially since he was about 14. Oh, he prospered. That boy was a natural. He just kind of like looks down and shudders a little bit. He wanted to take up horses. Save it up, buy a few, start breeding and racing, all that stuff. I told him a story a while ago about how I wanted to, but on account of it, at this point he just like motions to his insanely large size. No such luck myself. I have more luck wrestling bears than raising horses. Winnie, that's all he ever wanted. Put on the horses. And you get the feeling, if you do not cut him off, he is going to be talking about this all day.
Frey gives a small smile. Sounds as if you had a great deal of drive, dreams. But what happened?
On 10, 2 week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The one down. said he might have forgot one of the gates was open. Goats. After sundown, we were sitting there. We were having a celebratory damned beers. It was, at this point, he has, like, this moment where, like, it's our Pres Day beers, so a week and a half ago. After a job well done. He stood up, said, "Oh shit, Pa. Think I might have left the damned goats open. I'm not gonna chase him down tomorrow. My leg's been killing me for weeks." I laughed at him and said, "Better get your ass down there, boy. I'm not chasing him tonight or tomorrow." It's the last thing I saw to him. He's been gone ever since. What was the last thing? Guy's ass down there. Because I'm not helping him.
I see. And he didn't speak of seeing anything strange, anything out of the ordinary before then?
No. No. Not at all. It's just wheat fields and animals. Sometimes they grow other shit, but wheat's the breadwinner of Dole Sari. Now we all make our name, gotta grow some of it.
And your work wouldn't normally take you out after dark, would it?
I mean, sometimes cleaning up, things like that go a little late, bringing in tools, stuff like that. But oh, his patrols, his guards out here every all manner of hours. It's a bit. Sari's been safe from them, bro. Haven't been worried. Figure maybe something happened. Met up with some of his friends. Went out drinking or something. Maybe even just got kicked in the damn head by a goat. Headbutted one. He always said it was a goal of his. Headbutt a goat and live to tell the tale. And find him the next day. Maybe got shit-faced and found somebody, spent a night with. Until a couple days went by, they really seemed weird. But now I told him, fuck off, I'm not helping him. And that's what happened. I didn't help him, and now he's gone. He's just gone.
Well, I can find him. Wherever he might be,
You think he's not dead?
I can find him. I don't know. I can't promise you that, but he gives a small, sad smile. But
I'll let my boy die. I did all this for him. This is gonna be motions out at the out the window at the fields behind the house and shakes his head. Then we're gonna start cutting down, clearing out the wheat, making room for the horses. Let him die.
Whatever happened, it wasn't you. There are other things that work out here. Did we ever find out the name of this missing person?
His son?
Yeah.
He called him Winnie.
Winnie?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a portrait or a likeness of your son?
He motions to the one of him as a baby on the wall. It's the only one.
He gives a small smile at that.
Wish I could say if I took off the beard, I'd look just like him, but... Oh, he took after his mom. He looked good. Not like the absolute slob shit that I am.
Oh, I can see the resemblance. He's looking up at that painting. Do you have any of his personal effects? Something that was dear to him. It might help me find him.
He slowly gets to his feet and heads upstairs. As he does, Molly just kind of looks at you, and then she looks down. Why are you giving him hope? The son is definitely...
Yeah. Even if he is dead, perhaps I can at least let them share some final words with each other.
She looks confused at that. A couple of moments go by, and then you hear the heavy footsteps coming back down the stairs. He comes down with a thick, heavy, almost feels like leather armor jacket. Very big. While his son may have taken after his mother for looks, this is definitely a jacket for someone who's 6.5 feet tall.
Okay.
This jacket would be like a blanket for Frey. Is a very dark, dark brown, nearing black leather jacket. You can see a couple of places where it's been patched again with other leathers, but for the most part, this is just a very heavy leather jacket. He just... Oh, this was his best jacket. His favorite. Kept him warm, kept him safe. Dealt with everything. Pricks in the grass to bugs to piss someone off at a bar and they tried to shake him. Don't even think a dagger can go through. His all-purpose golden. Know how heavy leather keeps you that warm in the snow. But he just kind of shakes his head again and drapes it onto the dining room table, and it lands with a thud.
Thank you. I can see things sometimes that others cannot. I'll do what I can. all of this.
This guy narrows his eyes. You apt boy.
What did he say?
You apt boy.
Frey looks at him. What exactly does that mean, apt?
Okay, a mage.
He gives a small smile. I don't think it's that.
He just raises an eyebrow, obviously still on the verge of breakdown, talking about son, and just kind of curiously watching to see what you're doing.
But Frey is going to Okay, so Frey is going to gather up the coat.
All right.
Molly, would you help me with this outside?
She does so.
Alright, and I would like to use the coat as a focus that Frey will set himself up with to basically perform a read omens ritual. He sets himself up on the ground outside, sitting cross-legged, and with the coat spread out before him. And I would like to basically ask...
Yes.
Sorry, I still struggle a bit with this question.
Because of the phrasing, a course of action, and if it will lead to success or failure.
Yeah. Whereas I usually have a topic in mind, but... Okay, so I guess you'll ask if we... follow the trail of the missing persons. Will we find out what happened to them?
And that is a shop.
That is a secret charisma perform.
Yes. And as you spend a little while outside on this ritual, you feel the intuition that you have grown to trust when you're reading cards, reading people, reading anything. It seems like, yeah, you follow this. Your investigation is followed. You should find out what happened.
Okay. Well, I suppose we should follow his path through the fields, see if there's still anything there, anything to find. And he'll ask Big Red about what direction the gate is in.
Down there, go past the fence, a little bit over there. That's where we've been going, and just go straight between. You'll see, it's the one part that doesn't have the wheat. Keep going. You'll hear him soon enough.
Freya looks down in that direction, giving a small nod. And yeah, he'll start heading that way.
Molly follows behind you. You head to the direction that was given. You, after a little while, you cut through the wheat field and make your way to where you can see there is a goat pen with about, it looks like 16 goats, and then there's a separate one with 3 or 4 more. The one with 15, 16 goats, they are, about half of them are like laying near each other, kind of still laying down, and about half of them are some level of standing and like immediately like giving you attention as you approach.
As Frey approaches this area, does he pick up any like spiritual vibes?
Not especially. There's nothing off or weird.
Okay. So he'll look over at Molly. What would you look for in a place like this?
Bud. She kind of like motions there. If I were waiting to kill someone, I would wait behind that chicken coop. Wait until they are occupied with goats. Use the sounds of the chickens. Mask my footsteps while I stab them in the neck.
I see you've thought this through.
She looks a little confused when you say that.
Somehow I don't think that whatever it is that took them probably doesn't follow such methods.
Perhaps he owed someone money. Horses are expensive. A coin. Not to pay or tell his father. Was taken and killed.
So you think it was something mundane then?
At that, she just gives a shrug. As if that's too complicated of a question for her.
But yeah, so Frey will just kind of walk around the area, touching the fence, the chicken coop, just seeing if he picks up anything.
There is nothing off here, unless you count the uncomfortable pupils of goats staring at you. Molly is... While you are doing this, Molly has went over and is taking from a bag of chicken feed that is in a small... It's almost like... Similar to like a doghouse, it's just a little simple, like, made lean-to that has chicken feed in it, and she's just taken some out, and she's just tossing it to the chickens.
Oh. Frey looks over at her, almost a little surprised at this. Well, I hope somebody's been taking care of them. Didn't know you liked animals.
She kind of just turns back to you and like she gives that look like she really doesn't know what to say. And after a moment, she just on my ship, Captain had a traitor fed to chickens on board. One limb at a time, and made him watch as they ate.
Ray looks absolutely horrified.
She has a look like it's almost nostalgic on her face.
Oh, that's just, unpleasant. But
Was
what?
the last traitor. Was caught selling our schedule. A couple of people. NSO.
I can't even. I mean, of all the punishments someone could pick. He kind of trails off.
She kind of just turns to you and like she's like leaning on the railing of the fence around the chickens and is given the option to eat his own limbs if he wished to survive. Not wish to, and the captain did not want to see them go to. She motions to the chickens.
And what did you think of this?
Never had another traitor. My time aboard a feat. Captain was an effective man.
I would call it a brutality.
She purses her lips and nods and then just effective.
He just looks at her a moment more, looking very, very unsettled by the idea. Well, I don't know if there's anything to find here. Maybe we should... Hopefully the others are having better luck.
Had to have went somewhere from here. Not go back home.
What did you say?
He had to have went somewhere from here. He did not go back home.
Well, can you look around, see if you can find any traces of, I suppose, a struggle?
Kind of.
What would Garrett or Rohan look for?
At that, she gives a shrug and she ponders for a moment, still tossing feed at the chickens. Perhaps father killed him. Swing with.
You're breaking off.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was coming out.
Is a big man, very strong. Swing of anything. Kill just about anyone. Certainly. Signs of a covered-up fight?
Your audio is still going away, by the way.
Oh,
but-
fuck me. There were certainly... You saw the room. The whole farmhouse. Sorry, when I changed the threshold, I actually moved it in the wrong direction. Perhaps he is the one who killed him. A swing with a chair, or even a stick from a man that large and strong would be enough to the head to kill any normal man.
True, but ability doesn't mean that. Does not mean that they have the heart for it. I saw no anger in him, no just grief.
Molly just kind of like looks at you for a second and squints her eyes and... Do I look angry?
No.
Do you think I could kill someone?
I know you can.
She says nothing more and continues feeding the chickens.
But I don't know if you could kill someone that you care about.
She turns back. I would if I had to. Without question.
And looking at Molly, he does absolutely, I think, believe this. Just a shudder goes down his spine.
Well, while Frey's investigation into what may have happened to the missing ranch hand is commencing, and unfortunately seeming like at least a minor dead end without a hunting or tracking expert to find out what happened. We then go to see Rowan, Strieg, and Old Corny.
Yay. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, assuming I know where he is, I'm gonna go knock on his door.
You head up towards the direction of where the man known mononymically as Cornelius, or Old Corny, who seems to have one of the larger wheat fields, a large windmill in the center of it as well. You kind of like head up and you can see there's a small porch, and old man, kind of gray beard, kind of shaggy gray-white hair, wearing a simple wide-brimmed light brown hat, and just kind of not quite a smile, but the demeanor of someone with no care in the world. Just kind of waiting, for lack of a better term, for something to happen. Who knows?
Okay.
He just seems to be enjoying his life, and as you come up, he just... Afternoon. How are we all doing? What can Old Cody help you with today?
Hello. We're doing well, thank you. I hope you're doing good too. We are working with the guards here, and we are looking into the disappearances and things that have been happening lately.
Already spoke with the brides, took them to where the husk was. They already... I told them and they tried to move it and it just kind of fell apart. At least that's what they told me.
Yeah, I definitely understand.
It was horrible, that.
What did it look like?
You can see like he keeps starting to and not really knowing how to describe it. Shriveled. No real hair. Little bits on top. Curled up. Skin and bones. Skin was dark blue, purple or some such. Didn't know what it was at first. I saw it looked human. I had to get the guards right. I sent one of my men to get the guards right away. Not much of a runner myself these days.
Was the person recognizable?
No. How would you recognize yourself if... And he kind of like looks at you. If you had no beard, your skin was purple, your hair was stringy and almost gone, and your ears had fallen off, and everything was shriveled. Would you still see yourself in that?
I don't know. I've never looked like that, so I couldn't say one way or the other, but you have more experience than me with that since you saw the body yourself, so I definitely take your word for it. Okay, so do you think it could have been someone you knew and you wouldn't have been able to recognize them anyway?
Don't know anyone who's went missing recently.
Okay. And how long ago was this? When did this body show up?
Oh, found it about... And you can see, like, this guy's already in his 70s. Like, this is probably the... He's definitely extending this. He probably doesn't get a lot of these interesting conversations.
Yeah.
I found it. He kind of narrows his eyes. Week, 10 days ago.
Okay. Okay. Would you... I know you showed the brights already, but we are taking another look with fresh eyes. Would you mind showing us where you found the body?
Oh, yes, one moment. He stands up and, like, as he does the old man thing where he puts his fists on his hips and stretches his back, and you can hear his spine crack a little bit as he stands up straight, and he grabs a cane and slowly begins walking down. And
It's so funny for you to say he does the old man thing and describe exactly what I do every time I stand up.
Oh, it's the old man thing to me. Listen, you're an old soul.
Sure.
And he slowly just kind of starts wandering down a path towards the wheat fields that you can see are currently being harvested. Why the continued investigation exactly? Thought with the brights being here, there wasn't really much else to do.
Well, with my party is sort of walking through town on our way to traveling to Artavista, and the guards here have asked us to take a look because we're here on business with with the region to elect, so they thought we might be able to help them with this as well before we leave. So just taking another look, making sure that we're not able to find anything that they didn't catch.
Okay, and what exactly are you hoping to find here? Something they missed, something interesting, another avenue of investigation. Like I told them, there was I saw it. Was doing my morning rounds. Always sweep the perimeter of. Well, the whole thing keeps me limber. And as he says that, he like tries to do a stretch with his leg, and it kind of like cracks a little bit. And he just, oh yeah. Well, keeps me more limber. And after 50 years, I can't really break the habit till the day I die.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're looking for anything really. Anything that might give us point us in a direction to keep looking. We have heard of a couple people who've gone missing that may be related, so we are hoping we can maybe get some leads on where to look.
The Dole Guard's been enacting curfews, telling people be out of the fields after sundown. Definitely be out by the time the sky goes dark.
And you've been following that?
Oh, of course, I'm out of the... I don't spend much time in my own fields anymore. I got hires for that.
Do you know what the guards are worried about finding? If you or happening if you were to stay out?
Oh, just know people went missing. Find this. He motions ahead of him down the... Like, you're essentially just walking down the fence line right now. On the outside, specifically.
Right. Okay.
Oh, just know it's got some people in a bit of a tizzy.
Yeah.
It's hard to work when you have to wait until sunrise every day. Especially when you wait till this late in the season for harvest. But it is what it is. We'll make it through. We always do.
Yeah.
Don't produce the best bread and Day by taking it all for granted and getting fucked by a little schedule change.
The best bread in Artivista. That's impressive.
I do not speak of myself specifically, but you see, he just motions around him. Oh, sorry, we a main producer of grain, bread, everything that comes from wheat. Almost all of it in Artivista is coming from here.
Wow. That's good to know. We're heading there soon, so we'll have to try it out there.
They can do just about anything with it there, but without us, don't know how long it would last. And this continues for, like, this guy is slow. Like, this man's walking speed is probably a third of a normal human's. So what should take probably 10 minutes to get to takes close to 30.
Great.
And
Rohan definitely hits his like socialization limit like 5 minutes in, and it's just like, yeah.
He is more like, he is definitely like, he could probably go faster if he needed to, but he wants to have a conversation with interesting people who aren't from around here.
Sure.
He's a
like,
bored
Rohan
retiree.
Humoring him, but it's just like, okay, I guess this is part of what we have to do. This is like one of the hoops we have to jump through to get the information here, so that's fine, I guess.
And you eventually, after the better part of half an hour, he finally just kind of taps the the bottom beam of the fence. I don't know why I couldn't. My words just stopped for a minute. Fuck. He just kind of taps it, and then he taps on the ground right here, this little patch of dirt right next to the fence where I saw it.
Okay. Does it look like there's like ash or something there?
No.
It just looks like normal dirt.
Yeah. Which, I mean, if he found this 7 or 10 days ago and
Yeah.
it turned to ash.
Okay. Is there a sign of a struggle or like a body being dragged through here or anything? Like if it's wheat, I'm assuming that it would, or like corn or wheat or whatever. Like I'm assuming there would be like stalks that were broken down or something if a body was dragged.
You don't see anything. Like when I say like like below it, I mean like almost directly below the like it could have come from the road you're walking on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
Like it's literally like on his property line essentially.
Mm-hmm.
There's no obvious evidence of a struggle. Whatever it is, it looks like it was essentially dumped here.
Okay.
And he just was curled up, arms like this, and he kind of like shows you like almost like a shivering motion. He's up to the chest, fetal almost. It's horrible.
Yeah. I imagine.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do to find information here. I mean, I'm not like, I don't really have like magical vibe sensing abilities, but I'm assuming I don't like feel anything or whatever.
No, you don't feel anything with your lack of ability to feel.
I mean, I gotta ask, you know?
No, there's nothing like weird around here.
Okay. And I mean, like, just looking around, like, there's nothing else that seems out of the ordinary or, like...
It's a dirt road between farms.
Okay. Is there anything specific about this place on the road? Like, is it near something, or is it just, like, a random place that a body ended up?
It looks like a random place. Like, taking a look at, like, you know, you're maybe, like, if you, like, lean, you can see where, like, the end of this portion of his property line is maybe a few 100 feet away.
Okay.
But, I mean, there's nothing else. It's a small road that is just wide enough to, like, accommodate 2 passing wagons. And on the other side, there is a similar, like, beaten-up wooden fence denoting someone else's farm.
Right. Are we on, like, the outskirts of town, or is this...
Yeah, this is definitely northern outskirts.
Okay. Is there, like... sorry, I'm not figuring out how to ask this. Like, is there something that's like, oh, if somebody's walking on this road, they must be going to X, or they must be coming from Y? Is it just like, do I think they would be leaving town, or? Like,
no, this is not the path north out of town. This is definitely, or the path out of town heads further east. This is definitely more like northern, like I would say like northwest, so like over in this direction.
Okay.
So yeah, like this path would only lead to more farms.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'll turn to him and say, okay, well, it doesn't seem like, you know, like you mentioned, it doesn't seem like there's much to find here, but have to do our due diligence. We will be checking out what's happening after dark. Hopefully we'll be able to find some more information that way, and we'll yeah,
of course. If you need anything else, you or your bodyguard here, please do not hesitate to ask. My door's always open for those assisting the Dutchy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We will make sure to do that. Just gonna say bye and
Oh,
head out of.
please, if you would walk me back to my home, that would make me very comfortable.
Of course. Absolutely. Sure.
He's walking even slower, probably about 25% of normal human speed at this point. And it's another probably 35, 40 minutes before you get back.
Yeah, I think Rowan keeps doing the thing where he like tries to walk faster and like gets ahead of him to like, because he's just like subconsciously like we gotta go, and then like slows back down to catch up to like fall.
Yeah,
back
like
to
how
him.
do you tell a guy in his 70s who's got like a bad hip or something and needs a cane that he needs to hurry up, even if it's obvious he's being slow?
Yeah, it's fun.
All right, well, at least you know where that is, so he doesn't need to take you next time.
Yeah.
Like I said, you could probably make it there in 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. It was a 50-50 shot, but we really
And
feel like
that
we probably have done better the other way around.
will bring us to Mira, Garrett, Roland.
Oh, Tay.
Whose house are you heading to first?
I think, Mira, that we should go to Bert's house first, see what we find there, and then over to Jacoby's house. Jacoby?
Jacoby, yeah.
Jacoby.
Sure. Let's do it.
All right, you head over to the Alamy farmhouse. It is one of these smaller farmhouses and one of the smaller sets of just farm beyond it. You, you head over and knock, and you see this gentleman kind of disheveled, like salt and pepper hair and a mostly gray beard, a bit of a mess, a simple leather cap, wearing simple light clothing, old face. Like, this is the face of a man who has worked out on the field since he was probably old enough to stand. Couple of scars on it, beaten up, just many lines on his face, and he just... What exactly can I help you all with today?
Yes, we're looking for old Bert.
The old bird is the dead kid.
Was that also in character?
No!
Well, okay. I guess we're looking for his house.
His house and
That
his
was
family.
my son. I'm Albert Alamy II. He was my son.
We're sorry to hear of his passing. We've been asked by the local guards to look into some of the disappearances and mysterious deaths around town. We met his friend Jacoby up at the garrison, and we were looking to see, he said they were at some kind of practice location. We were looking to see if maybe we could take a look, see if there was anything to that might clue us in as to what happened.
My stupid boy and his obsession with fencing. I'm in the fucking Jacoby. Went off every fucking night, getting off and anywhere they could, getting into trouble. He
Well,
kind of grits his teeth. And you order where? How about you stop by asking the whole damn town? Fucking boy wouldn't spend 10 minutes at home, always had to be on the move. Hated having to work the farms. Hated the upkeep. Said he was gonna be a great fencer. Go to Ortaviste, all this other fucking blind shite. Look what it got him. And as he says that, he screams, and you can smell heavy alcohol in his breath.
Well, we don't know for sure that he's dead. All we know right now is that he's missing. So hopefully we can find him or find something that will lead to him. You said that there's no specific location that they trained?
I'd just get told days later, or the other farmers goes, hey, your boy, and fuck, Jacoby, they were out getting into shite again. They broke my fence. They fell over. They were keeping me up with the yelling and the swords. But no, it's always someplace different. Always something different.
You mean, your son and his friend?
My boy was always with fucking Drake's June kid. Said he was training him. They were gonna go to Ortaviste together. Start doing doubles fencing. Never fucking heard of such a thing. Boy was a big dreamer. Head fucking too big for his britches. Just couldn't accept that he had a fucking good time here with a farm. He had a good job and a good life already set up for him now. He had to dream big. Because what I gave him just wasn't fucking enough. And now look, he got himself fucking killed. But now, fucking Drake June kid, still here.
The Jacoby kid's at the garrison. He's seen something.
I'm sure he's also getting 3 meals a day and everything taken care of there by the fucking god.
He hasn't eaten in days or slept since the incident. When?
Hey, I wouldn't either if I got my boy killed.
Roughly how long ago did this happen?
Roughly how long ago? It's not before last. He pauses a second. It would have been night before. I'm sorry, it would have been night before last night when I initially had written this down, so.
2 nights ago?
Yeah, 2 nights ago. This is what I get for writing something down that says night before last rather than giving a fucking date. The one time I do it, it fucks me. 2 nights ago. They were out fucking around like always. Boy goes, I won't be able to help in the morning. Going out to train Jacoby. He's got to be good for them doubles fights. And you know what happens? You know what happens? The Jacoby boy gets my boy killed. after spending his whole life dreaming of shite, dies a fucking meaningless death, leaving me and my wife to fucking pick up the pieces. I told my boy that Jacoby was bad news. He said no, they were gonna get big together. The best Vincent team ever. A bunch of shit. So what the fuck else can I help you lot with?
Well, I think there's not much more I have any questions about. Mira? Is there any other questions you have?
Last I
We're
saw,
very much at a loss.
the last I saw, he grabbed his fucking swords, headed off. He points to the direction where you would know the Jacoby's family. I can never remember their fucking name without checking my notes.
Jacoby's family.
The Drake's June family's farmhouse is. Running down there, so excited like usual. Didn't see him again. My last memory of the boy is him being a fucking idiot.
Thank you for telling us.
Yes,
You go far away, bring it back. Maybe the Drake's June kid's a fucking liar. Maybe he's still alive. You ever think about that?
If he's alive, we'll bring him back. And
How about this? You give me 5 minutes in the room with the Drake's June kid, I'll make him tell the fucking truth. I'll make him stop lying. Maybe they got into some shit. Maybe they owe people money, maybe they were stealing, who fucking knows?
no.
Maybe they just
I
made
don't-
my boy take the fall. Maybe he's being held in some basement, collateral for some coin that's not coming. So how about you find my boy, bring him back safe, tell him how fucking stupid he's been, and knock on my door with him back.
I look over
We'll
at
do the
Mira
best
and
we
I
can.
look back at him.
Yeah, I'm sure your best is so much better than the brats that came over, and the Duke called God that came over. So much better. At this point, he just slams the door shut in your face.
I hope you won't think too badly of him. Grief does funny things to people.
Roland just kind of, at this point, I would, no matter how bad things got, I wouldn't want to beat a child.
He may just be saying that because he's angry.
He's drunk. You say a lot of things when you're drunk. I think deep down, and I say that as we're moving off.
Yeah, yeah.
Jacoby's, I
Yeah,
think
I was assuming.
deep down, he blames himself more than anything else. And whether he could admit that to himself or not, I think that's why he's trying to take it out on Jacoby.
Roland seems to have nothing else to say except for quiet contemplation about his misplaced anger at this grieving father. And you guys are heading down to the Drake's June house, which, by the way, for the sake of your notes, I will... there you go, including pronunciation. So as you guys head down the road, there is actually one farmhouse in between the Drake's June household and the Alamy household. But that is neither here nor there. You guys make your way down, and we need to take one more quick break. And the investigation continues. As you guys reach further down past another farmhouse into the Drake's June farmhouse, the home of the very tortured Jacoby, you head up yet another beaten path and knock on yet another farm door.
Yeah, we'll knock on the door, and does anyone come to the door?
You knock, and there's no response at first. Nothing.
We knock again?
Harder this time, or
The same?
nothing?
I try the door. Does the handle open?
Yeah, it.
I will step inside and call out, hello, is anyone in here?
Nothing.
Well, should we look around, or... I mean... He has family, right?
Yeah, let's take a look inside.
All right, I guess we're taking a peek.
Yeah.
You begin looking around. The house looks fairly well organized. Like, it looks cleanish. Cleaner than, cleaner than, the last one you were at. But
Does it look like anyone's been there recently, or
I mean,
does it
yeah.
look-
You kind of like, I don't know. There are 3 floors. Like, it's a big farmhouse. Like, I don't know. I mean, you just like checking stuff out. Give me an int notice.
I will give you an int notice. I gotta change it to int.
Just him or me too?
You can if you
I mean,
want.
he's gonna see everything, but
Okay. It is not what you see, but what you hear, which is a very quiet, labored weeping coming from upstairs.
I will make my way towards the stairs and call up. Hello. Is someone home?
There is no response. You just, as you get like to the stairs, you can hear it a little bit better. It's still very quiet. Sounds like it's coming from probably a bedroom.
I'll make my way up the stairs.
This has gone so well for us recently.
If this is a little different.
Alright, you go up the stairs and you can see there's a bedroom door at the end of a hallway that is cracked where it sounds like the weeping is coming from.
We'll approach the. Does it sound masculine weeping or feminine?
No,
weeping?
it is definitely feminine leaning, but it is like very labored, like full on, like just no longer really like exhausted weeping.
As I approach the door, I will gently knock one more time and ask if we can come in.
You see a woman leaning over a bed where there is a husk of a human body laying in it on the left-hand side.
Oh boy.
She is laying there just just constantly. She does not seem to notice you at all.
Look back at Mira, like, with
Yeah, her
do we
eyes are huge, and she's like covering her mouth and looking at Garrett like, "Oh my god, what do we do?"
I slowly open the door and walk in as unthreateningly as I can.
I will also follow. You know.
How does she notice us? Does she react at all?
She doesn't seem to. You can see she is, you can see that the body also has this husk of. When I say husk, I mean like this body is it is in a, like, the legs are curled up against the body, the arms are wrapped as if freezing. It is tilted to the side. The face doesn't have enough. There's like no real color or pigment. It's just this deep, faded purplish blue. The hair is almost all gone, and there are a few silky black feathers on top of it.
So are we talking like the equivalent of a human juicy juice box after a 5-year-old's done with it?
As much as I hate saying it, yes.
I just wanted to. That's the image I had in my head.
Yeah.
And okay. Sorry to ruin your very carefully worded description.
No. I always appreciate a real world allegory to something.
I will make my way over to the woman and attempt to put a hand on her shoulder.
She doesn't seem to notice you. She's just just crying. No words. Nothing. You would presume this to be Edna June, Jacoby's mom.
Edna. Edna? Are you Edna? Jacoby asked us to help find out what happened to his friend.
She does not respond. She doesn't seem to notice your existence.
I shake my head sadly and I move around to the bed towards where the corpse is. I reach out to pick up one of the feathers.
She doesn't seem to notice.
Pick up the feather.
It seems to be a raven's feather.
Raven's feather. I will tuck the feather into a pouch and make to examine the corpse a little bit further. Do I notice any wounds, lacerations, cut marks, snake bite type vampire suction wounds on the neck or anything?
Give me a int heal.
Int heal.
There is no evidence of anything. Whatever this is, you are pretty sure something very supernatural, arcane in some way happened to this body.
Have I ever, like, read about anything like this ever before?
Give me an int no. Or actually, give me an int magic.
Okay.
So use your magic vision.
You have not specifically like this. Best you could intonate would be some powerful arcane force sapped all of the energy and life and everything out of a body incredibly quickly. Like someone just died and then just began decaying in instantaneous speed. Now regarding the, I mean, were you also curious about the feathers, or?
Sure?
I mean, okay, give me an int no on those.
Why not?
Got no idea.
I don't know about birds. What are you talking about?
Mira hates birds. Got no idea what that's about.
Hmm. It might be useful to do this. Maybe. No effort remaining. I do so have effort.
You have to, like, hit the reset button on your effort.
Oh.
Or set it back. Like, for scene-related stuff, you do have to set it back.
Okay. I forget.
Alright.
Even if I can just, like, identify it again in the future, I think it would be probably worth it.
There is no magic, no anything coming from the feathers. They seem to just be raven feathers. But the body is giving off this uncomfortable energy. It's fading, but something, some sort of powerful arcane affliction happened to this body.
Well,
Sir.
I don't know if it'll help, but I've looked at what sort of magical aura it has. I don't think I'll be able to follow it anywhere, because that's correct, right? Like, there's no trail or
No,
anything?
there's no trail or anything like that.
I didn't think so, but I, double check. I don't know if it'll be helpful. These don't seem magic, at least. She picks up another one of the feathers. It's just strange that they're here.
I'm wondering if... would the feathers of a magical being necessarily be magical? You know, like, that raven that, we ran into... Oh, this was before you. We ran into a talking raven that helped us on our road to Fortuna's Soul, and he was, I believe the best way I would say it was magically uplifted to sentience, but was not in and of himself intrinsically magic. So maybe this is something like that. The feathers were left by whatever did this, and that used magic to absorb this man's life force or vitality or something, but wasn't in and of itself essentially magic.
Would I know that?
I mean, you couldn't say for sure, but they just, like, everything you're seeing is they just seem like raven's feathers. I mean, Garrett, you can give me an int no if you think there might be anything you'd know about the significance of raven's feathers.
Sure, I will do that. Int no.
As you just kind of stare and ponder, it comes to you as a Trevanifican death ritual. Mother Mortarum is often depicted as a woman with a raven head and silky black feathers, and she is the Lady of Death. She is deliverance, endings. She is finality. And often where sad things happen, where ends begin, those who are of the Trevanifican faith will put out raven's feathers so that Mother Mortaram will come back and make sure that what is left of their life force will be given a proper death.
I turn to Mira and say, now that I think about this a little more, I have a friend, an Artavishte, who is a practicing Trevanifican, and she told me one time that as part of their death rituals, they will leave raven feathers so that Mother... Oh, what was her name?
Mortaram.
Mortaram?
Yeah.
Mother Mortaram comes to claim the soul of the deceased. We might want to ask Jacoby if his mother was or is Trevanifican.
Is that his father?
I think it is. And I think
Is this...
from when I examined the body, would I have been able to determine a rough date that this happened?
No. Like...
No, okay.
like,
Yeah,
is
there's
this
nothing natural about it.
the one we already heard about, or a new one?
No, this would be new. The one that we'd already heard about was found in a field. I wonder if this happened the same day that Jacoby and Bert were assaulted.
Well, we need to find someone to come help take care of this poor woman, at least.
I have one of the earrings in still. Did Rohan ever get his earring back, or does
No.
our new friend
has it.
have...
Yeah.
William has it? Is he wearing the earring?
He is
I
not.
Or is
think
he just...
so. Oh,
is
okay,
not.
good.
Bastard.
Okay.
I think he's only going to put it on when Frey has the other one.
I don't think Frey is going to ever wear the other one.
I know.
This is
Don't worry,
most
we'll steal it
unfortunate.
back.
I'll have to have a talk with William about this.
Just steal it back, it's fine.
Oh, we're just going to take it back. He's holding on to property that's not his that we need. So we're going to take that back and put that into appropriate hands. What is the weather in the room like, or the temperature of the room? Is it cold? Is it...
Yeah, it's cold. Everything's fucking cold.
I look around for a shawl or jacket of some sort.
I mean, there are various cloaks and things. It's a bedroom.
I place one across the shoulders of Edna. Try to...
She still doesn't seem to notice.
I'll try to tuck it in around her. Not much I can do for her right now, but I'll head I think we better head back outside. It's been a couple days, but maybe there's some footprints or something we can try to follow to see where they went. Maybe not, but at the least Jacoby needs to know what happened to his father.
I suppose so.
We need to find out where he and Bert were assaulted.
Think he would even tell us?
He didn't seem to want to talk about it. But I think if maybe we can talk to him again, if we can tell him that we think whatever it was got his father as well, and we need his help to stop it, maybe he'll tell us. I don't know for sure, though. Hopefully the others found some more information. And we'll have more for us that we can work off of.
All right.
All right. So,
Well, I have an hour of magical eyeball, so...
technically you have a... remember, you don't have an hour. Yours is for the rest of the scene. So yours is essentially just toggleable per scene.
Right.
'Cause
Well,
you're not
for however long as counts as the rest of the scene, I'll keep my magical eyeball open and see if I can see anything.
There doesn't seem to be anything else from what you can gather.
Shoot.
Otherwise, I love how you guys just gave William one of the earrings. It's so funny to me. So, with that, is there any more investigating for this team right now? Going and seeing about trails, you said?
Yeah, like if there's any stuff happening, or not happening, but if there's any like obvious
Yeah, unless there's any obvious like
tracks
trail
or
or anything
whatever.
that we're seeing.
I mean, there's nothing obvious. There's no evidence of anyone, like there is a path out of the back of the house to a mostly, a small farm that has been mostly harvested already. But there's no evidence that's obvious of anything untoward happening or anyone untoward appearing.
Well, I guess we'll just have to make our way back to town if we're not seeing anything else specifically that's standing out. Though I would want to keep my eyes out for anything that would be a strange disturbance or anything.
I mean, sure, give me another int notice.
Int notice. Gotta change it to int. That's 9.
Like, all around the house, there's no evidence of anything. There's no anything really. Like, it just... You spend a little while searching and then you make your way back and nothing untoward, odd, or otherwise out of the ordinary pops out at you. Mira, there's no more arcane anything. Frey! You and Molly have been spending the better part of a while searching for any sort of evidence, anything untoward or out of the ordinary, and have also come up short thus far. Though Molly did bring up a good point that if something happened, he had to have went somewhere, right? But where could he have gone? Is there anything else for you to hunt for?
I mean, I suppose Frey could look around for any sign of, like, footprints.
Oh boy. Frey looking for footprints, anything, signs of a struggle, I assume anything of that nature.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Give me a, Oh god, give me an int notice. You don't find any signs of a struggle, though you, after a little while of searching, you do see where it looks like near the back of the goat pen, like near where their house is, essentially. It looks like there is a snag of, like, on the on one of the nails that is holding the fence together. It's kind of sticking out and a bit, like, rusted or beat up or something. There's a bit of cloth that's torn, sticking on it.
Oh, that's dangerous. Somebody should probably fix that. But I guess this means that maybe he passed somewhere around here. And is this like, you said, is this like up against the farmhouse?
No, not the farmhouse, the goat house.
Oh, okay.
Like the structure that the goats sleep in.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's like near that on the far side. Like, beyond it, like, beyond this wall, there is another path and then more farm. Like, it goes into, like,
okay.
another... Yeah, this is the edge of their property.
Frey will reach out and very gingerly touch that rusty nail.
It is a dirty nail that has seen the elements for many years.
All right. Well, I guess there's Molly, there's another path back here.
That looks like the little piece of cloth looks like it's wool. Probably from clothing or something.
Okay. Yeah, so Frey will follow that path.
You would have to hop over the fence, essentially, at this point. Like, it's like on the... Yeah, you would have to hop the fence and see if there's anything else.
Is this a particularly tall fence?
It's maybe 4.5, 5 feet tall.
Frey is gonna go around to the gate and circle around.
Around to the gate would be going all the way back through the wheat field.
Oh my god.
You don't know where another gate is.
Okay, then I guess Frey's gonna try and hop this fence.
Okay, give me a dex exert. Let's see how nimble Frey can hop a fence.
Two things I am excellent at.
You know what? That's average for Frey at hopping a fence. You less hop and more kind of climb up, and you kind of like, the way you're hopping, you like nearly, as you're climbing over, you nearly like skin your knee on where that nail was. Like, you can see how someone could definitely get clothing caught up hopping this fence. And you get to the other side, and you kind of stumble a bit, falling to the ground, and you can see old handprints right next to yours.
Frey definitely pauses looking at those.
Much larger hands.
Okay. And he'll press his own hand into that handprint, see if he picks up anything.
One second. Confusion? Curiosity? A little bit of worry, maybe? It's a little mixture.
He frowns, rising to his feet, and kind of like, dusts off the mess of dirt on his trousers. Looking ahead, like, is there like anything of interest ahead, or is it more like fields?
So right now you are on the side of a road, much like many of the other ones I've described, just dirt roads that are wide enough to fit 2 wagons passing. And on the other side of that road is another field of wheat.
Okay, so the direction I'm facing, like, just on the other side of the fence, am I facing the road, or am I, like, alongside the road?
You're alongside it. Like, the road is, like... So... Imagine you're, here's the thing. Here is, not to scale. Here it... Oh my god. Oh, I hate this so much. Select this thing, please. Not that. Here is, like, the goat house. You hopped here. And then the road goes like this. And then...
Okay.
Yeah. Over here is just another farm. Not to scale. Yeah, it's just a road between 2 farm plots.
Do we know who the other farm belongs to?
No idea.
Okay. Frey will look back over at Molly.
She doesn't look amused, more just... Like, she's just giving you that look of, like, what the fuck are you doing? After watching you stumble over a fence, nearly cut yourself, and then fall to the ground, and then just stare at the ground for a minute on your knees. Is everything all right?
I think somebody had hopped over the fence here, and I think they saw something, but I don't know what or where or which direction they went in. Although he's like staring down at the ground a moment, and I'm not going to enjoy this, am I? And he is going to sit himself down, and he's going to start taking off his boots.
Molly's on the other side of the fence, just kind of crouched down, like elbows on knees, crouched down watching you. With a mixture of curiosity and amusement, maybe? There are goats also crowding the fence watching you.
Okay. Yeah, so Frey takes off his boots, and his socks, stands back up, and basically, I'm gonna have him try to use his feet to try and find the emotional path.
What the fuck?
Barefooting in the cold.
Okay. Give me a... Oh boy. Wisdom survive.
Okay.
This is the weirdest goddamn thing. You... Rather than actually get his hands dirty and try and learn something that Garrett has shown him, or has at least done in the past in front of him, Frey, of course, relies on the abilities he already has and would rather just go barefoot. And the feelings of surprise and confusion, and they just kind of get a little bit stronger as you begin to make your way across the path, across the street, as it were.
Yeah, he has his boots in one hand, following that path. It's pretty cold at this point, right?
I mean, it's midday, so the sun does help. But, like, once you're in the grass again, and there's no, like, hard-packed dirt to absorb the heat, it's definitely pretty cold.
Okay. Yeah, so he will keep trying to follow that path.
You follow it. It
Bare
crosses almost
fields.
diagonally over the road so it's almost like directly across the road from where the goat house was, and you see what looks like a recent chip or break or crack or splinter or something on the top wooden part of the fence. Like the best evidence you can find is like a big dude hopped this fence and like kicked off of it with a heavy boot.
And he will also touch that fence. Just to see if it's more of the same confusion or intrigue, or if the emotion has changed.
Surprising and like confusion, like a mixture somewhere there.
Okay. And he just kind of like murmurs to himself out loud.
And beyond that, you can see in the dirt of the semi-harvested farm heavy boot prints heading further in.
All right. Frey will. Is Molly still following him?
Molly is still waiting over by the goats.
Oh. Frey will lift his hand to her, just kind of like, waving, and just say, I think I found a path over here.
She'll try and hop it. Why not? And she hops it effortlessly. She kind of like leans up a second, and then like from the bottom rung of the wooden fence, she kicks off and is able to hop over it and head over. And as she does, she just kind of like stares at you where you are at the other fence. And why did you take your shoes off?
Well, it helped me find the path. I can... You know that I feel things sometimes when I touch them with my hands. I thought this might help me figure out where he walked, which direction he went in.
What?
Where he just kind of gives a small shake of his head and just... It's just... I suppose it's just what I do. And as he's saying this, he's going to sit down and start putting his boots back on, because there's a clear... there are clear footprints now.
And he puts his woolen socks and boots back on his very dirty now feet.
Yep. Okay, he's totally gonna take a bath when they get back. Okay. So Frey will try to hop this next fence.
All right.
Another dex exert.
You begin to like climb up it, and as you do, your foot just immediately slips, and your boot just kind of lands, and your knee, like the way your boot kind of slides in the dirt, your knee immediately slams into the post, and it just starts writhing, like there's just radiating pain coming from your knee. Your kneecap just hit square on to the column of the post of the fence. Molly just kind of comes over. Would you like a boost?
Yes, I think so. I can still move my knee, and he's kind of like testing it very, very gingerly.
It's very much a you hit your funny bone but on your leg feeling. And she kind of like kneels down on one knee and like holds ready to give you a boost, and is just waiting until, you know, Frey is able to physically stand the pain to get up again.
It definitely takes him a minute. He just kind of like just sits there, just kind of like hugging his knee, like ow. But after a couple minutes, he will stand up, and yeah, he will accept Molly's help to get over the fence.
And she hoists you up, and you are able to get over. It's probably still not graceful, but she gets you over the fence. Seemingly confused on why you would try yourself when she's right there, able to help.
Frey, it looks a little sheepish. Just, thank you.
She holds her hands out, asking you to essentially, like, be her pivot so she could, like, essentially use you so she could almost, like, climb and walk up the post of the fence.
He apparently is not quite understanding what she's asking for, but he will, like, try to help her. Okay.
And she begins, like, pulling herself up, and, like, she's essentially pulling on you with her arms. And while she's, like, walking up the fence, kind of, she gets about halfway and then hoists her body over and lands with as much grace as you could expect from Molly, which is not a lot of grace, but competence.
Yeah. Frey gives that fence a withering look. This is really not... Really, this has been a very unpleasant last couple of days.
What do we do if we find this thing?
We run away. But if we can get an idea of what's happening here...
Wouldn't one of us have to stay?
No.
Isn't that how... the
No.
Jacoby boy lived because someone distracted it?
We can both run, and we can both get away, if it comes to that.
I will stab you in the leg.
Hey, you're joking, right?
Let us keep going.
Molly, don't stab me in the leg.
It is alright, I would not. I'm confident I can outrun you.
Frey just kind of like stares at her a moment. Okay, I guess. He just kind of like trails off and just goes to follow the path.
Oh. The path continues. This seems to be the end of someone else's farm. But the path continues for a little while. Boot prints, and then they stop. Like, they seemed like they were going at a decent pace, and then they just stop. And then it looks like someone getting dragged off in a 90-degree angle to the left.
Does Frey sense any, like, spiritual stuff here?
Fear is the overwhelming emotion at this point. A lot of it.
And that's just like the ambient sense in the area, like before he even touches anything?
Yes, like...
Okay.
Like, essentially, so you followed the path, and then there was just, like, a little bit of, like, movement, it looks like a lot of, like, just steps from this one set of boots. And then it just stops, and it looks like it started getting dragged in a direction.
Okay. He definitely shudders as he feels like that thickness of that emotion, that fear in the air. But he will kneel down and press his hands over those drag marks to see what he picks up.
The primary feelings, emotions are fear that is dying, like a fear that is like being quelled, like a fire being put out, being starved of oxygen, and then this desperate need to not be alone. This desperate feeling of just wanting to not be alone. This need to have friends, family, someone with you just becomes this overwhelming emotion.
Okay.
And, is it time to extrapolate?
Yes, Frey is going to push deeper into
boy.
that.
Time for some emotional beating for Frey. Give me a wisdom magic.
All right.
This need to be around people you trust just overwhelms you, and you cannot focus on anything else going on here. This is more than a primal fear. This is a need for not being alone anymore. That feeling of just wanting to be able to connect with someone. And it is an emotion that just beats the shit out of you as you try and focus. Unrelenting. You can feel the longer you are here, the more you focus on it, the more those emotions are becoming your own. It
is absolutely suffocating, and that idea of wanting to find someone he can trust, and becoming acutely aware of Molly, who just implied that she would leave him to die if anything happened. Frey is going to just get that sudden urge, like that desperate need to just get away, get back to the others, not Molly, back to Mira, to Rohan, to Garrett. So I think he's not even going to say anything to Molly. He's just going to kind of like stumble to his feet, look at her, just like that feeling of that look of dread, of infectious fear on his face, and he's just gonna start running. He's gonna start running in the general direction towards the town, or if he knows where the other
that does mean
farmhouse
hopping a fence.
He'll try his best.
Right.
Actually, does he know where the other farms are in relation to where he is right now? The ones that Rohan, Garrett, or Mira were checking out?
Yeah, he would know where. He still gave the directions to everyone.
Right. Okay, so he would turn and run towards the nearest one of those, whichever is closest.
All right, give me a dex exert.
Okay.
Unfortunately, as he runs, he stumbles and just falls immediately into the fence, and like you just like go to catch yourself, and as he does, he just and like feels a pain, looks, and there's just this roughly 2.5-inch long splinter that is now driven almost all the way into his right forearm. And Molly runs up behind, and it's just like, let me help you.
No, I can do it myself. I don't need your help. I don't want your help.
Molly steps back a few feet, and she is going to try and do a running jump over the fence. And unfortunately, she and catches herself and slides back down. Looks like we need each other. And she once again, like, from where she fell, just holds her hands out to hoist you up.
Ray. I think still feeling that fear flooding him, he just shakes his head, and he is gonna turn and run along the fence, and he will go find the gate.
All right.
Or exhaust himself trying.
Frey heads down like a trail of blood coming out of his arm as he heads down looking for a gate. Meanwhile, how's the other gangs doing? Let's see here. It's been a while. Oh my god, there have been so many more rolls in Frey's thing. Holy shit. So, Mira and Garrett, you guys were
making our way downtown.
Yeah. And that leaves the...
Walking fast.
Rowan,
faces pass?
You and Strieg, your investigation found...
Not much.
Little.
Yeah.
Were you heading back as well?
Yeah, I guess meet up with the others. I assume we're gonna want to camp out somewhere during the night to find these things, so probably want to do that together.
Alright, so meeting back in the town center, I suppose? Like, where would your agreed upon meeting spot be when you were done?
Probably back at the inn,
Okay.
I would assume.
Alright, so, I would say Mira, Garrett, Roland were the closest to town and didn't have any extended interactions, so you would be the first 3 back. Followed, of course, by Rowan and Streak, because Frey and Molly's thing is just a mess and a half of continued investigation, conversation, and, well, deliberation, I guess. So, Mira, Garrett, Roland, I say like he's a player character. Mira, Garrett, you guys make your way back to the riverbed. And a little while later, as you are just relaxing in the main, the common room, Rowan and Streak arrive.
Hello, folks.
Hello, hello.
We learned very little.
Oh, okay. Well, we found another husk.
Yeah, no good news over here.
Who was it?
We're pretty sure it's Jacoby's father. Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, damn. Have you told him?
No.
Should we do that? Or do we want to... I don't know. Is ignorance bliss in this case?
I am not sure.
Garrett, I think you're probably the one who has the most experience with death.
It was... I don't know, there's something magical happening here. It had no signs on it whatsoever as to what could have caused it to happen. The boy's mother was catatonic. She didn't even notice we were there. The only thing we found was these feathers, but they're from a Trevanifican ritual to it's a burial ritual essentially, or well, part of a burial ritual to attract one of their gods, for lack of a better word, to arrive and take the soul of the departed to the afterlife.
You think the mom did it?
I think so, but I can't confirm that because...
Yeah.
She wouldn't talk to us.
Yeah.
I don't know if she even noticed that we were there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one thing that old Corny did tell us is that the Brights went by to look at the body that he found on his property, and when they touched it to try to move it, it just vaporized into dust, basically. So I guess I don't know if it would be better if he didn't see the body or if he did, but if we think he should see the body, then we'd probably want to tell him sooner rather than later.
I think at the very least we need to let Jacoby know.
You don't think it'll make it worse?
I think he deserves to know that his father's dead.
Do you think he's in a place to handle it right now? I mean, he deserves to know, but he could know tomorrow.
he won't be in any better place tomorrow. Do you
Maybe
think?
if we come back to him with some answers.
The problem is I don't have any answers. We're waiting on. Maybe Frey got something, but I think
We can
from
also
what
spend
we've.
tonight trying to find these shadows, or
I don't think it was the shadows themselves. They were. He and his friend were training in the shadows. They weren't training to master the shadows. It was by
but
practicing in the dark.
he was
But
scared of the shadows.
he
though,
was
so I
scared of the
think there was
shadows. True.
something that I don't think they were there for the shadows, but I think the shadows were what got them, or whatever it was that happened. I don't know. I think maybe we should at least wait for Frey to come back and he can check in via fire spying to see how he's doing now. And if he's, I don't know, if he's doing better and getting some sleep, then maybe we can let him sleep on it and tell him tomorrow.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do we have an idea of what the next step is, at least based on what we've found? I still sort of think that it sounds like we're probably not going to get much further until we are able to see the things that are doing this. So we probably have to stay out tonight and try to lure these things or observe them.
Okay. I mean,
if you think differently, then feel free to,
I
have
don't
the
know
same
where else we
information.
would look for answers.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Have we heard from our new friend?
I don't think so.
No.
He has the earring, so
Yeah, we're gonna want to get that back.
I mean, you can tell him.
Yeah, unless he's gonna wear it and communicate with us, and I know Frey's not gonna wear it. We're gonna need that back.
Yeah, the vibe I got was that he wants to use it specifically to talk to Frey, but
That's what I thought
I could be
too,
wrong.
and that's
He had a lot of questions about why Frey wouldn't use it, so. Well, hopefully Frey's doing well.
Question, is Frey running full tilt all the way back to the meetup spot? Or, no, Frey wasn't going to the meetup spot.
Yeah, Frey was going to one of the farms that the others were investigating.
Alright, well, in that case, a little while later, you guys see Molly walk in without Frey.
Okay.
She doesn't look concerned, but she looks confused a little bit.
Where's Frey?
I don't know.
What do you mean, you don't know?
He tried to jump over a fence, failed, would not take my help, and then he went running down the fence line. That was the last I saw him.
Okay.
That doesn't sound normal?
He
Yeah.
seemed
Mira sounds concerned.
distressed. I think he was upset that I said I could outrun him if something tried to kill us.
Oh.
Did you say you could outrun him or that you would outrun him?
I said that I could.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that he would make a distinction, but yeah. Okay.
Before that, I did say that I could stab him in the leg to slow him down, but I would not need to.
Okay.
Mira, like, looks at the other two like she's on a TV show and she can't believe this is happening or something.
Oh, she's looking
like,
at the camera.
I mean, she would be looking at the camera, except that, you know, there is no camera, so she's looking at Rohan and Garrett. Like, this is our friend that we travel with?
So you don't know where he went, right? I think I just kind of like almost I feel like Rohan kind of feels responsible for Molly, and that, like, I feel like I'm usually the only one who's just kind of like Molly's cool, she's weird and like maybe a psychopath, but she's cool, I guess. And everybody else is just kind of like,
she's a psychopath.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like Rohan kind of it's like that feeling of like when you've been telling your friend about like how terrible someone is or whatever, and then like they prove it and you're just like, don't make eye contact, like whatever. So I think I'm not even looking, like, I know that Mira's looking at me and I just don't even look back, and I'm just like, you don't know where Frey ran to then?
She just slowly shakes her head. I thought he would be back. I was not running.
Sure. Okay. Well,
He seemed scared. We found tracks, evidence of something.
evidence of what?
Boot prints, a person being dragged away.
Huh. And was he running to follow that track, or do you know where that track went?
He took his shoes off to find it.
Why did he take his shoes off?
I do not know. He is very strange.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no way that Frey would walk around barefoot in mud without a reason, so I'm assuming he was trying to use his abilities that require touching whatever. I could imagine that he would be upset if he was feeling what somebody who got dragged away felt.
She doesn't say anything at that point, just kind of nods in the most hollow agreement possible to something she doesn't understand.
Sure.
Like, it's very much a, you know, agreeing with the CEO at a board meeting nod.
Sure. Well, Cassie's been on her own all day. Maybe you should go check on her, make sure she's okay. I know she's...
She immediately gets up and leaves without you even being able to finish the sentence.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Do we want to go try to find Frey?
Frey!
Yes?
What you doing?
Yeah.
I think. I mean, Frey is not a good long distance runner. I'd say he's not even a good short distance runner. So I'd say he has probably exhausted himself at this point.
By the time he gets to the gate, he's already like... he's like leaning on the gate post.
Pretty much. Yeah, so I think by this point he has just kind of just sat down, trying to just catch his breath. He's just probably on the side of the road or something. It is up to you how far he got.
I imagine by the time Molly got back, he would have at least made it to, the nearest farmhouse would have been the... Would have been Cornelius's.
Okay. That's the one that Rohan went to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Frey is probably like leaning heavily on like the gate, the entrance to his property, just kind of the farmhouse in view, just trying to catch his breath. But he will finally, after a little while, kind of like, stumble exhaustedly up to the door and just knock on it. Rohan, are you here?
An old man comes out. Unkempt, wiry, gray-white hair and a white beard, and just... I didn't hear this. Rohan, speak of. What can I help you with, young sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking for my friend. I think he was coming here to
Large Patrician fellow.
Yeah, that's him.
Yes,
Is he still here?
No, if you like, I can point you to where he's went.
Yes, please. I need to.
And he stands up again, like stretches, cracks his back, standing up very straight, grabs his cane, and he's gonna begin walking down the road with you.
God. Frey looks at him, looks down the road, says, he went in this direction?
Oh, I'm not, so he started down, I'll show you. I'm pretty sure I know where he may have went. Just in one moment.
You just pointing the way is enough. I'm sure I can find him.
Oh,
thank you.
Are you all right? Young sir, your arm is bleeding. Please, let us get inside and get that taken care of.
And he kind of like looks down as if like just noticing his bleeding arm, like he had totally forgotten about it.
His hand is panic. He's probably leaving bloody handprints every time he has to take a rest leaning on something. Oh. You can just see like like a 2.5 inch splinter like under the skin, almost completely in.
His friend is like, oh,
I can have you poached up in no time.
I think I need to sit down.
Come on. And he like pats you on the back and slowly guides you back into the house. Fred Jones, motherfucker. Let's split up, gang! He sits you down and, I'll go get those bandages. Something to drink?
If it's not an inconvenience.
I have some beer, I have a couple of different options. I also have wine, water.
Wine.
Alright.
Wine, please.
And he pours a little bit into the bottom of a small tankard and places it. I apologize. No wine glasses. Hands are a little unsteady. I try to avoid things I can drop and break these days.
Oh no, this is perfectly fine. No, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to barge in like this.
He just waves his
I
hand.
feel
Think nothing of it, young sir. And he heads out, and a moment later comes back with some bandages, a lot of bandages, and also a pair of tongs. Alright, we're going to have to pull this bastard out.
Okay.
He puts like some old cloth and rags under your arm and like motions for you to put it on the table he's got you sitting at and sits across from you.
Yeah, Frey will put his arm there, take a drink, and look away.
The last thing you see as you look away is his very shaking, unsteady hand holding these pliers.
Frey actually will kind of pull his hand back. Maybe. I mean, if I could get back to my maybe one of them.
I've patched people up before during the Black Sun. I was something of a field medic.
Really now?
Yes. Doing great
You must
hands
have-
here, young sir. He's still holding them, his hand just shaking.
Well, if you insist.
And he just he just begins, so what exactly is it that you and your friends are doing with this investigation? And he makes small talk for the better part of 10 minutes before he's able to successfully pull the splitter out. And finally, like, after about 10 minutes, he's just like, oh, there we go, and yanks it out. All right, let's get these bandages on, and begins wrapping your arm. Gotta be right as rain, and he like holds up in his very shaking hand, still tightly holding on. You can see a blood-covered, about 2.5 inch long sliver of wood. I say the best way to survive a problem is to take a trophy, so and he like plops it in front of you.
Oh, I appreciate the thought, but I don't think I need a reminder of today.
It seems like you have lost some blood. Perhaps you should rest here for a couple of hours. Don't worry, I won't be going anywhere. I can keep you company.
But I really should get back to my friends.
Give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Was that 3 ones? Holy shit! Holy shit.
Ray finally failed a charisma roll? What?
That is crazy.
Insane.
Oh
Technically,
my
we don't know it's a fail.
God.
Okay, I guess if there was a time to fail it, this was it.
Oh
Technically-
my God!
Depending on what the DC is, 6 is a pass.
Oh,
So-
6 is not getting you out of a conversation with this
Yeah,
guy.
but, like rolling 3 ones is I think an automatic fail.
Oh.
Yeah, no, fail me. I want to be failed.
Frey's in pain. He's emotionally beaten. He's exhausted. This is the worst work he's ever done. And a nice old man just wants to talk to him. And he just, oh, nonsense. I don't want to risk you falling over. What if you pass out? Look at you, you're exhausted, covered in sweat. You're losing blood. What if you passed out? No one can see you. You might just die of exposure or some such.
I really don't want to die.
Nonsense,
Okay,
then.
just for a few hours.
Yes. Some nice relaxation. I'll get you another glass of wine.
Oh, thank you.
He goes and grabs the bottle and pours about a half full of this. It's probably like a 16 ounce. It's a small tankard. But he pours it about half full.
Frey will take it and drink way too much of it all at once.
He
Thank
proceeds
you,
to fill it again.
Today has been a day I promise I'm not usually this out of sorts.
Oh, I think you're fine, young sir.
Well, thank you. You're very kind, and I really do appreciate your hospitality.
Of course. I just wish there was more I could do at this point. Just so many things that. Oh. Tell me, what exactly your investigation into this that body I found? What happened with that? What are you looking for exactly?
We're trying to find out what happened, how it happened, and how to stop it from happening.
He just kind of gives a nod at that, and for the next couple of hours, this man, Frey, you can talk. You got words for everything. This guy can match you fucking beat for beat. Every story you have, he has one. Every quip, he's got one back. This man is a fucking powerhouse of conversation. There is no talk. Like, you try and see yourself out. You're like, oh, well, I should. And he's like, yeah, you should, but before that, let's finish talking about that interesting bit of, and he just goes into something else, and it's like every 2 minutes just turns into 30, and you have no idea how.
Yeah, I think at this point, Frey is just like he is just drained, and he's only like half paying attention to whatever this old man is saying. He's kind of like, nodding along at the appropriate points.
Oh. The man
Kind of like slumped back in this chair or in the
Oh,
seat.
Ugh, and that continues for hours. Meanwhile, the rest of the party gets to panic about Frey being dead. What's going on, guys?
Well, I guess we go looking for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In relation to where they were.
By the
And
way,
in the
Molly is
direction-
gone. Cassie is gone. You don't know where.
Okay, so Molly didn't tell us what direction Frey ran off from.
Not before you set her off to go talk to Cassie.
Thanks, guys. I guess step one is return to roughly where they were and see if we can find Frey's random footprints.
All right, so, you know what? Strieg will stay behind and look for Molly.
I mean, I do think, like, we know where they went originally
Yes.
to look, and
Yes.
we know that he followed the fence line, so I'm assuming we would probably go towards other stuff.
All right, so you're making your way out to Big Red's farm then.
Yeah. I mean,
All right, Garrett, Mira, and Rowan, you make your way back out to Big Red's farm. Are you knocking on the door asking, or are you just...
No.
Okay.
Weren't they on the way back to town when they did this?
No, she said the investigation was, like... No,
yeah,
they
I
were
mean, the guy
further in.
definitely wasn't
Yeah.
there, so I
Okay.
think
So
probably asking
we'll
him
just keep
then.
following the fence line. I'm not checking in with the guy. I'm just
Okay.
gonna...
All right, give me a...
he wouldn't have seen anything.
Give me a... I will say looking for trucks.
You want survivor notice?
I'm trying to think. I'll take it notice.
We're in a different scene. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Yeah. That's not really gonna get it done. So yeah, you can go ahead and get a reroll. You begin following Big Red's farm's fence line. You go all the way down. It's not the most impressive farm, but it's still a pretty nice big farm. Like, but you follow all the way down. You take a turn down a road. You go past a pen of goats that's up against the fence. A couple of them are staring at you as you walk by. no evidence of Frey being here. After probably an hour and a half, maybe? You have circled the entire fence line searching and not seen evidence of anyone here.
From where we are, do I know roughly where the nearest which house would have been nearer to us? Old Corny's or Bert's?
Yeah, it would be Corny. Cornelius
All right.
is much larger. The larger ones are further away.
All right, having not seen any signs of trails or whatever, I will suggest we head over to Old Corny's. So, well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I haven't seen any trails or whatever. The ground's just too churned up from farming to really pick up on anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe he went looking for us.
He probably went to whatever the closest house would be if he was looking for help.
Yeah, I guess that would be Old Corny, which is where I was, so. Yeah. We should go check that place out. If he's not there, we can go look at...
You head on over, making the journey back to Cornelius's farm. Oh boy, another 20 minutes, 20 minutes gets you back to Cornelius's farm, where you head up. Who was it Cornelius's initially? That was Rowan, right?
Yeah, me and
Yeah.
Streak.
Yep. Well, Rowan, you knocking on the door?
Yeah.
All right. Frey, how wine drunk are you?
He is definitely a little tipsy at this point.
Like this is hours later, and every time Frey takes a sip, that thing's getting filled again. So
Yes, he is a bit red cheeked. He is
Oh,
definitely a little tipsy. He gets a little, I think he gets a little giggly when he gets drunk.
Oh.
I think like Rohan is just like prepping Garrett and Mira outside the door before we go. Like, this guy talks a lot and he walks very slowly. He's very lonely and wants us to stay here. So we need to.
But thankfully, if there's
We need to
anyone
be
who can
prepared to
escape
get
him
out
and
of
get away,
here.
it would definitely be Frey.
We need to be prepared to get out of here as soon as we make sure Frey's not here.
Okay.
Okay.
You
Alright.
knock and you hear the sounds of a man walking with a heavy cane limp. He comes to the door and, oh, you, Rowan, correct?
Yes.
Ah, your friend here. Young sir, it seems your friends have come to find you.
Frey?
Good. At long last, I've been. Oh, I thought I'd wither away here.
Ah, poor man had seen better days, was bleeding out, having an awful time of it, looked like he was ready to collapse.
Are you okay now?
Oh, yes, much better. I don't even feel it anymore. Oh, it was. It was. You should have seen it. It was like a good 2 inches, probably as long as my forearm. It was terrible.
What was?
The thing in my arm. Come
Oh.
on. I think it's the Lyra. Come inside. I'm not moving from this chair. I don't think I can stand right now.
I think we should go.
The man has
Frey.
subjugated Frey. Frey has become one of his minions.
You know, if you can't walk, I'm sure Mira can carry you.
Can I see you guys right now, or are we just like shouting at each other?
Oh,
from
come
different
on.
rooms?
You all could have one
probably
drink
like-
with old Corny.
Like hovering at the door. Like,
He's like
But just-
motioning everyone in. I'll get the tankards. Get a glass for each of you.
No, we are on an investigation. We're
It's
supposed to
good
be
wine.
finding out.
We're
what
We'd
happened?
better
Yeah.
get a drink.
we're about to start patrolling to see if we can find whatever happened to these individuals, which is why we
should
came
keep
to
our
get
wits about us.
Frey.
No,
So,
I
yeah,
think we should just enjoy a good glass of wine, or 2 or 3. Oh, I think he has beer too. You like beer, right? Yeah. And Mira, I've never seen you drink before. You should come on. It's really good. It just makes
I-
everything better.
Frey, are you wasting
don't.
away here, or are you looking to stay here for the night? Which is it? Because you...
Well, I don't have a bed here, and I wouldn't mind a bed. A bed would be really nice right about now, but I don't think I can walk to. Mira, would you carry me?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, good. Come here. He's like holding up his arms.
Please. What's up? I will give Frey a piggyback ride, and then he doesn't get to pick where we go. So
Wow. That was very convincing drunk acting. It's also so funny. You're in it while you're awake. It's like
it's fine.
for you to just be there and conversing.
Listen, she did this with children a lot.
Yeah.
Cornelius just kind of like narrows his eyes and just... So, are you going to be staying, or...?
I think we're gonna head out. I do absolutely appreciate the hospitality, but it's important that we look into what's been causing these disappearances.
Yes, thank you for taking care of our friend.
Of course, please come back anytime.
We'll have so many stories. I still have more to tell.
Oh, lovely. And he goes back and grabs the after a few attempts, grabs the splinter with a from a countertop. He put it on with a pair of pliers and comes over, and whoever's closest, I guess it wouldn't be Mira, it would be either Rowan or Garrett. He just like holds it out as if to hand it to one of you. His hand is shaking a lot.
I will take the seeing as how Frey is probably about to climb up on Mira's back for a piggyback ride. I will take the splinter. That's quite the splinter there, Frey. You said that was in your arm?
It was. Do you think it'll leave a scar? I don't want a scar, but then people could say, "How did you get that scar?" And it could be like, I fell onto a fence.
No. Frey. You never tell them that you fell onto a fence. You say that you got attacked by a wild beast or something like that. Come on, you know how to tell stories. You know how to tell stories. You embellish it a little bit.
Well, I embellish it. Well, I was running, and then I fell into the fence, and Molly said she was going to stab me in the legs, and I thought I think it'd be better if I was with you all. And
did she say anything about stabbing Frey in the legs when she was talking to us? I don't think
she did.
She said
she
she
did.
could
Okay.
slow him down that way, but she wouldn't need to.
That doesn't... I must not have been paying very much attention to that. I was more concerned about the fact that Molly just left Frey behind.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I think it would be better to run. It was whatever happened to that man out there. It was awful, and I didn't want to be alone, and I couldn't trust Molly, and she was, and
what did happen to him? Do you know?
I don't know. I tried to find out, but then all I could feel was just I needed I needed to get away. I needed to run. I need to find people. I need to not be alone anymore.
Well,
But
now
now you're all here, and
Yes.
he'll kind of like I imagine he's already on Mira's back, and he just kind of like shoves his face into her shoulder.
Ray,
Well,
what
could you?
what happened? You're awfully manic.
He's drunk.
Yes. I mean, we've
Can you
seen Frey
tell that he's
drunk.
drunk?
Well, actually, having been on the road with Frey for a while, do we know how well Frey handles their liquor?
Frey usually handles his liquor quite well, but he does not drink like this usually.
Okay.
He's usually very controlled in his intake.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, it wouldn't be the first drunk we ran into tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
Bert's father's a bit of an angry drunk.
Could you maybe show us where that happened?
Yeah.
I could, if we go back to Big Red's farm, yes, I think I could retrace the steps. Not the steps myself, of course, because I I don't think my legs work anymore.
Okay.
Understandable.
I love the idea that Frey has never ran that hard in his life and he doesn't know what his legs being in pain means. Oh. Oh my god. So,
Let's go.
Frey on Mira's back just keeps pointing in directions and guiding the party. Like a
Pretty much.
horrifying little sidekick that talks too much and giggles.
But he can only guide them if they start back at Big Red's farmhouse, because he has no idea how he got here.
Wait, on our way, can we drop by? If it's in the same direction, can we drop by where Old Corny took me and
Yeah.
see if there feels
Yeah.
anything there?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Cool. I will be like, okay, on our way, this is where Old Corny took me to where the body was found, and Frey, if you want to see if you can feel anything here, might be useful. I couldn't really tell much.
Frey. Frey's definitely a little distracted right now, kind of like giggles and just to Mira he's saying, "Oh, your hair is so curly. I don't think I could pull that off. Do you think I'd look good with curly hair? We could try it."
Frey has lost his damn mind.
I like that Frey started that sentence with, I don't think I could pull that off. And within like 5 words, was like, I think I could try it. like nobody else is talking and he's just talking himself into it.
He's having a good time.
No, it's great. I love it.
But I think like after a moment he kind of like is pulled back to the actual requested hand, and he kind of like eyes kind of like lazily drifting from Rohan down to the spot he indicated. Is that where somebody died?
I don't know. I'm not sure. This is where the body was found. I'm not sure if anyone died here. But
I guess I can try. And he tries to like reach down, but he can't because he's on Mira's back.
I will put down Frey, but like keep an arm like on his arms so that he doesn't like fall over or whatever.
Frey kind of is definitely a little unsteady as he sinks down to his knees next to the spot and says, like his hands kind of like hover for a moment over it. Right here, you mean?
yes, yeah.
I don't like the things I feel. You know that, right? It's really unpleasant.
Yeah.
Have you
I
have
mean,
you
you don't.
ever have you ever that first time I felt a person die. It was just like I felt those last moments, and maybe it was like that for the man in the in the farmhouse too.
Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, I don't want to. If you don't want to do it, then I definitely understand. Just, I I can imagine that would feel bad.
But that's why I'm here, isn't it? And I'll just kind of put his hands down on the spot and see what he senses.
The main feeling is cold. Just everything going cold and an acceptance of death.
And Frey is shivering a little himself, but he is going to push deeper. Because this is oh wait, how many times can I do this?
Once per scene.
Okay, so is this a new scene now?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Well, it's been
so
hours.
yes.
Yeah, you're well in a new scene.
Okay, so wisdom magic.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but Frey is finally finding a connection with some horrifying shit.
Okay, so I would like to please ask who did this or what did this?
You get this feeling of something not natural. Something dark. Something umbral.
He trembles, pulling his arms away, his hands away, and just kind of like almost as if he's trying to wipe something cold, something clinging off of him, and he'll kind of scoop back from the spot, just on his rump, and just it's something dark, something wrong, something maybe something umbral.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever sensed one of them before, but that's all this feeling could be, isn't it?
Yeah, you might be right.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's get out of here. We can get back. I think we know what we know as much as we're gonna know.
Yeah.
But I want to go to bed. Can I go to sleep?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Oh, is it like night out yet, or?
No, it's like late afternoon, like 4 o'clock.
Late afternoon, 4 o'clock. All right. I think we should get Frey back to the inn, let them get some sleep.
Yeah.
We need to get a hold of William, get the earring back, and I don't know if we're gonna find anything with what we found so far. I think we almost need to be out there at night to see what happens.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now,
Didn't Frey say that he found something? Should we go there?
that was the second oldest attack, if I remember correctly. With the newest being,
Bert Alamy.
Bert.
Yeah.
Judging from what I've
Wait,
seen
hold,
of the
hold on. Wouldn't the newest be the dad?
Oh yeah,
yeah, the newest
Yeah.
would be the dad. So whatever it is, it struck. It seems to be moving, or at least in a certain area. We probably should also tell William and the rest of the ducal guards about the dad. We meant to do that before we went looking for Frey, didn't we? Would we have why don't we say we've left Strig
Yeah.
to do that?
okay.
Yeah.
We would have had
That's fine.
Strig do that.
That's a good thing for Strig to do. Interact with guards.
Well, he can
Fine.
interact with if he can get a hold of Cass or something, he can have Cass tell.
That's a very good thing for Strig to do. Interact with Cassie.
Oh yeah, no, that's not a good idea.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
God damn it.
As long as
I
it
think
happens off screen, it's fine.
Listen. Henrietta's there. It'll be fine.
I think Strig would be able to at least
Yeah, he can relay
talk to
messages.
them.
Yeah, I was
yeah,
being
he can
facetious.
talk. Yeah, I know he can talk to the guards because the guards aren't actively looking to hunt him down. He's aware of that.
All right. So with that, you guys make your way back to the riverbed.
Yeah.
Ray is already snoozing on Mira's back by the time they get there.
Well, do we know where we're going? Oh yeah, sorry. The
Back to the riverbed.
yeah.
It looks like they are covering your stay for the night. They're comping it on account of your help of the investigation with the Ducal guard. So
Well, that is handy.
extras you'll still have to pay for, but they're at least giving you a room.
That I'm
Thank
okay
you.
with.
Otherwise, you guys all make your way back to the riverbed and begin to discuss what is next. Frey, you are passed out and I assume taken to his room? Question mark.
Yeah, yes.
Sounds good.
Leaving, I guess the plan is now up to Mira, Garrett, and Rowan for what to do next.
Just go sit outside when it gets dark, I guess.
Bring in everybody? Or at least, like, Streak and, Frey?
Hopefully. I would
I
think.
mean, I definitely Streak. I think if we're bringing Frey, is probably up to Frey, but
I think step one is get the earring back.
sure.
Eu have my OP magical. I was so fair.
Yeah,
Shut
exactly.
up.
It's not fair.
Uh,
What happens if we get separated again? How am I going to communicate with Rohan telepathically?
Yeah, you'll get to hear me getting my soul sucked out
It's,
like a
it's
juice box.
Dementors.
Phrasing? Are we doing phrasing?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I did hear it when I said it.
Listen, William was already working on that.
Except that was Frey.
Yeah.
Who was the target?
Anyway, so, you spend a little while relaxing, planning. William is not at the Bastion.
Great.
So, it seems you are going to be without your earring for the evening.
Right. Maybe we should leave the other one with Frey.
I mean, he wouldn't notice if you put it on him. He is passed out.
Because I mean, you know,
And I
like,
think-
William's not going to use to talk to us anyway. At least if Frey has it, he might talk to Frey.
I-
Frey would be so mad.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea, especially since Frey is currently unconscious right now and we can't communicate with them. That gives me
I mean, I wasn't going to put it on him. I was just going to leave a note for him and like put it on his bedside table or something. But that's fine. We can keep it.
yeah.
Right. Cool. Yeah, I guess we don't have the other earring, but we will
All right.
hang on to this one
So-
and we'll go.
A couple of hours go by, you get some rest and relaxation, some preparations. Anything you need to do, get, acquire, or otherwise say while you're preparing.
Nothing that I can particularly think of.
Make sure we take the sword, I guess.
Yeah.
Are you going to attempt to awaken Frey and see if he's sober enough to come with?
I think that would certainly be a good idea.
I think we should at least
Yeah.
wake up and ask him.
Okay, what
Can't
do I
hurt to have a
roll to
little
see if I'm
magic.
sober?
Ah!
Physical save?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's gonna be yeah, we're just gonna go with the physical save. See how well we do. Oh, Frey, that headache is bad. Your arm is throbbing. Your knee fucking hurts. Your left knee is pulsating from where you smashed it earlier. Your right arm is like waves of pain from where it was impaled. And now that the wine is worn off, your head is killing you.
Frey just groans as who's waking him up.
I think that's Garrett.
Yeah, I'll
Dad.
go wake Frey up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frey just groans and do we really have to do this tonight? I feel awful.
I know. It's I've had a night or two of those myself, to be honest, but I think out of everyone here, we really need your help with this. Gesundheit.
Frey actually looks a little surprised about that. Really, but aren't you going to go fight?
Yeah, we're gonna go fight something that is sucking the vitality out of people in a way that is I've never seen before, and I've seen some shit in the war. And with your particular talents with spirits, I think that might give us an edge. I can shoot a bow at things. I can swing a sword, though it's been a while. Mira can take a hit and keep on chugging. Rohan, he can do illusions, but he's got no punch. You know, And Strieg, he's better with a crossbow than I am with a bow. But we don't have anyone who can, magically dish out any kind of punishment, or even I just think that you get a better read on things sometimes than the rest of us do.
Ray is very, very gingerly sitting up, throwing his legs off the side of the bed. You do know that the things that I do, I don't know how I do them. It's not like I have any conscious control of it. How can you rely on that?
I don't know how this thing works, and I point at the earring, and I barely have conscious control of that. It's someone's wearing it. They're in my thoughts constantly, but it still provides something that has been incredibly helpful to us on multiple occasions. Just because it can be unpredictable. I mean, you brought me back to life from basically being near dead. Just because it can be unpredictable doesn't mean that you can't contribute or that we can't rely on you.
He looks away a moment at that, especially with the mention of bringing Garrett back from the dead. Well, do you know of any hangover cures? Because I think I'm going to need one if I'm going to be any help tonight.
Actually, yes, I do, and I plop down a tankard of wine in front of Frey.
Roll to see if you're sober so you can get drunk again.
I
A
just
little
kind of... Oh, go
little
ahead.
hair of the dog will help.
Wait, what is there? Actual dog hair in there?
No, it's an expression. It basically just means you drink a little bit, and the alcohol kind of helps combat the withdrawal of alcohol in your system already.
That is a disgusting expression, but then again, you did drink the sailor spit.
Yeah, it's a shortened expression. It's actually the based off of an old wives' tale that the best way to cure being bitten by a dog is to take some of the hair of the dog that bit you. Well, in this case, you weren't bitten by a dog, you had too much to drink.
He laughs a little at that. This is a very roundabout way to suggest getting myself a little tipsy again. That's all right. I promise you, though, I'm not going to make a habit of this. It was very much extraordinary circumstances.
I understand. You wouldn't be the first person who's seen some of this to turn to drink, even if it's just for one night. So I fully understand.
Yeah, I guess Ray will drink his tankard of wine to cure his hangover.
Listen, it's literally kicking the can down the road. If that doesn't help, at least for tonight. It'll just make it worse in the morning.
It's okay, he'll just sleep all day tomorrow. It'll be fine. Or they'll be dead.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you spend the next little while preparing yourselves, getting ready for whatever may come, and beginning your investigation as the sun sets on Dole Sari. It is here with the setting sun, the bolts and arrows being sharpened, Frey's mind being defogged temporarily, and bandages changed, and final preparations made for this investigation into the night. As Strieg rejoins the group and is ready for your foray into the wheat fields of Dole Sari. As the brisk, cold winds begin to take hold. No sun to break it up. No sun to warm any of it. As you march into something umbral that you cannot even begin to understand. As you leave the riverbed and make your way back into the countryside of Dole Sari, you'll be ending tonight's session. Oh boy. I gotta say, wasn't expecting the investigation to go for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, there were lots of locations.
If there's anything you should have learned by now with us, it's expect us to get bogged down into this kind of thing.
Literally, the advice I give people is, let me find the post I made. The number one thing I learned when I started running games over a decade ago is that whatever you prep, it will take longer than you expect for players to go through it.
Nice.
So true.
Outside of like heavily like combat focused dungeon crawl ones, then your prep is going to get burnt through in no time at all.
Yeah.
Unless it's like
You
a
had a
group of
boss that-
Alexes.
It's like you had a boss that you planned to
Excuse me?
last like 10 minutes before they kill it. They're one hit, it's gone, one round.
Well, you can always assume that because there's a lot of things that can just be one shot here in
Yeah.
here in Worlds Without Number. What was that, Alex?
Huh?
Huh?
I was
I was just commenting on,
creature.
you know, I was commenting on your decision paralysis in combat.
What do you mean?
Your decision paralysis, you know, your inability to make decisions.
Incorrect. Rude.
I appreciate
man.
that. I appreciate that session that began with us talking about Alex's weird foot thing. Actually had some foot thing.
You're a bad man, and you should feel bad.
My God.
Oh, what a
Frey was-
fun session.
Yeah.
Poor Frey.
It was.
Poor Frey.
I still
Ronnie-
can't believe those triple ones.
Oh,
Yeah.
he found his foil. He found someone who is as good at talking as he is.
See, this is
Yeah.
how you know that Frey is nice and not just manipulative. Is
I
that
just-
this old man emotionally blackmailed him into staying and hanging out with him.
And again, that's 3d6 plus 2 times 2? How does that work? What is the math? What does the K2 mean?
I mean, I can find it
So
really
you
quick.
roll 3 and keep 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 3d6, keep the highest 2, add 4.
Yeah. Literally 3 ones. Incredible. I feel like last session we talked about how that's what would have to happen. Or like very recently we were like, man,
Yeah.
to get nat ones, Frey has to roll 3 ones. Beautiful.
I'm happy it happened there too. Like that just felt like a thematically appropriate time for his
Yeah.
ability to totally fail him.
Yeah. Your drunk acting is wildly good.
Oh, thank you, because I have never been drunk in my life.
Yeah, that's a very recognizable kind of drunk, which I have been.
Yeah. I find that the older I get, the more I tend to lose time when I get drunk.
Yeah.
So that's not good.
Yeah.
You also tend to get drunker easier.
For the record, there is a 1 in... Oh, it's less than a 1 in 200 chance of Frey rolling 3 ones.
Really?
A 1 in 200 chance.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's 36
That's-
times 6, 180 plus 2.
Oh, I mean, there's your probability. 0.46%. That's
It's 1
that's
in
3d6,
216.
keep the highest 2.
Right, 1 in 216, right? I'm assuming?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Because 6 times 6 times
You're
1.
more likely. That's crazy. You're more likely to roll 12
Yes.
than you are to roll 2.
Frey's more
That's
likely to roll a
insane.
12 than he is to roll a 2, a 3, or a 4 combined.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he is built to be good at exactly one thing.
Well, there was... I mean, 1 in 200, I think Frey might roll 200 convince checks in the campaign. That's
So
the
this might
one
be-
right there. If it
yeah.
happens again, we're going into crazy probability.
Well, now is it gonna happen again? Just a matter of when.
Yeah.
I did like all the exert rolls I got to do this session. Those were fun.
Yeah, hopping a fence and refusing to take help. That was the funniest part. Like, why? Like, Molly was right there. I was like, why is Frey gonna try and hop this fence himself?
He's proud. He's trying to not seem like he's...
He's just like, this is a fence. People hop fences all the time. How hard can it be?
And then first he smashes his knee, and then on the back way over, he fucking impales himself.
It's fine. He just has a nice big bandage on his arm at the moment. Oh, and his clothes got all bloody. That's gonna be disappointing.
Just his arm.
Just his arm.
Like, I imagine, like, especially, like, right around the wrist, it's just gross. Like, matted and bloody where it was, like, stuck to him.
Oh my god, yeah.
But that's okay. His buddy Cornelius cleaned him up. And I imagine, like, he's got, like, not a limp that affects him, but just, like, every time he puts pressure on his left leg, like, his fucking kneecap just starts throbbing, and he has to, like, ow, 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 every time he walks with it. Oh.
Yeah, Frey definitely... If Frey is uncomfortable, he will let everyone know. He will whine about it every step of the way.
Is he me?
It's okay. He's a trooper.
What a lovely session. Going into your hunt. You did an investigation, now you gotta do the hunt.
Yeah. We're all gonna die. It's gonna be great.
Will be the next
You're all
terrible
gonna die.
husks.
Yeah.
Oh, Mira will be the sole survivor.
Hero
Yeah.
will bury all of your bodies.
And we've learned nothing about this thing other than the fact that it basically sucks people dry like a juice box.
And it's
It's a
Umbral.
Dementor. What do you mean?
Well, we knew it was Umbral to begin with.
historically loves
Is
Joe
that a
Rowling.
Dementor? Is that a thing from...
Harry Potter.
Oh, I was gonna say Percy Jackson.
No.
I have...
I'm not young enough for Percy Jackson.
Neither am I. That's why I was asking.
You're only not young enough if you let yourself be not young enough.
No, I mean, at the time that it came out, I was not the right age for it.
Anyway. What a lovely, lovely session. You guys
Yeah.
didn't... You went on a very long investigation, but you really just explored people's grief rather than have any significant achievements.
I do it every day.
Until next time, friends.
Yeah.
Oh god, what a
Forward
session.
Next week.
Next week.
Yeah.
I just
Alright.
finished a round 4. I just fucking missed a round 4:30. I misclicked and missed the fucking end recording. I'm so upset. That was gonna be like
Oops.
4:30:18 or something.